All right, welcome back to another episode of Speedruns from the Crypt, your bi-weekly horror hotfix. I'm McDisis, and I hope you all have been having a wonderful week. And this week, we're getting a little bit more festive. We're getting into the holiday season, as you can see. I always like the holidays. I always like the fun around this time of year. And if you're not from the U.S., over here we are hitting over to the Thanksgiving holiday, which the central theme tends to be family. So I thought, hey, why not make this week right before be about family and different horror games regarding family? Which I guess with horror games, it kind of spins it all on its head, but I still think it's fun nonetheless. Anyway, these will be our games for the night. We have a lot of fun stuff, and while some of them you might not firmly expect to be about that, they all are, and it should be a neat journey through that. Anyway, I hope you all are having a wonderful day, and before we do begin, I just want to mention that if you have missed out on any of the GDU Hotfix shows, you can check out an archive of our past runs and shows at youtube.com/gamesdonequick. That being said, how about we hop on over to our first game of the night? It is going to be Layers of Fear with Sasam. Take it away.
Howdy there. So, we're just gonna, I guess, jump into a bit. I'm Say Sam. Thank you for having me. It's been a long time since I've been at a hotfix. I'm excited to be back. Almost didn't make it, but oh, the stories. If I had a nickel for every time my computer died as I got into a hotfix, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's kind of weird that's happened both times. So, Layers of Fear, any percent, starts off on first movement. So we're just gonna jump to the first movement page, and I guess to correlate a bit of the whole family aspect of Layers of Fear, the story is about a painter and his family, and it's very heavily inspired and based off the Portrait of Dorian Gray. This is a Bloober Team game, so it's a lot of movement and using sight to trigger things. So we'll be seeing a lot of that throughout the run. I'm ready to start if we're all good.
Feel free to count it down.
All right, so 3, 2, 1, go. So yeah, this is our house. Lovely, rich painter family, and you can see some of the portraits we have here. None of them are actually of our family, though, because the painter, despite being, the father and the sort of taking charge of the family a bit, he doesn't really care about the family that much. He cares a lot more about his painting, and that's kind of what sets up and causes a lot of this run, or like this story. It's very much he did not treat his family right. Things went bad. Ooh, game like skipped a couple seconds there, and yeah, it's kind of a tragedy story of his family, and we got really good RNG there. That puzzle is always a random combination of 4, 8, and 5, and we just brute force it. So the fact we got it first try is really good. That's perfect RNG. I'll take it.
Hey, you'd love to see
Yeah.
it, especially this early.
Yeah, so a lot of this run is mostly movement optimization. It's really easy to learn and get into because of that. There's not a lot of tricks. Sometimes it doesn't like to grab the door even though it says it can. So that's fun. But because it's mostly movement, there's a surprising amount of depth to getting like really good times in the game, because you need really clean and optimized movement for really good times. And one of the gimmicks of the game, or I guess not gimmicks, but because the game is very much set in the house, you're kind of like in purgatory as the father, reliving things in his house. So you go through a lot of the same rooms, but they're slightly different. You go back and forth. And as you see here, I'm like spinning my camera a lot to try to manipulate it to think I've looked at things to trigger different stuff to happen there, because certain stuff progresses as you look around rooms and stuff, so we need to just kind of spin ourselves around. It's a lot easier on PC than console, I can tell you that much.
Not one of those bread ones.
I was messing around with
Sharp
console
razor.
this morning,
So glad
and
you used a razor, in fact.
even at max, like
Flayed the skin. Booze helped keep
I'm
my
I'm
head
blanking on the
steady.
word. Max like movement, it's still never going to match up to PC for that. So what we're doing right now is basically we're trying to create a portrait of our wife using parts of her body, which is, not the greatest method of painting, but it's the one our protagonist here has decided on. Happy Thanksgiving. Great family portrait style. Yeah, definitely a decision. But so the first part we got there was the skin, which, as he says, he flayed and is going to use as the canvas. I'm sure it'll look great. Yeah, but so I started running this game about a month and a half ago, and I didn't have too much time to fully run into it because I had like a bunch of PC issues, which I supposedly fixed. Fingers crossed.
Glad
We'll
to hear it.
find out if anything bad happens because I got the computer back yesterday. It hasn't crashed again yet, but I'm still terrified because this is, I've ran some stress tests, but this is the first real time I'm going to see. This room I always forget. As I said, there's like, you pass through the same areas a few times. For whatever reason, that first corridor, I always forget which way I'm going in. I always get confused with the later corridor because they look the exact same. But yeah, so go through this mirror here. You, I know, ran this game for a while too, didn't you?
I did. The main reason
Yeah.
why I stopped running it is just because this game does have one downside on the run, which is the game is extremely seamless. You're running through all the hallways, opening all the doors, but the downside is that the game does hide the loads pretty well. So if you have a better computer, you'll load some of the things faster. You won't have to wait as long for, like, I think it's each time you beat the chapter, like the door just won't open and certain locked doors will take longer. So my computer just kind of couldn't compete with it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you definitely feel that running on console. I was running on Switch and you just
Oh
get
yeah.
to some doors in the middle of hallways and they just won't open
Oh yeah.
at all. Uh yeah, I know they try to make up for that. The like boards have tried to make up for that a bit. There's some quit out methods and stuff that aren't used in the main category because it would add even more load times. Like suppose like you can quit out to skip some load times, but because of the quitting and loading in, you're using other load times. So they've tried to keep it with that seamlessness to make it so more people can run and get good times. But
I also do want to say, the run like this, it's always kind of neat because it's not really a hard game to learn, but it's one of those games I mentioned earlier that's extremely tough to master. Just being able to try to learn how to open the door just right is kind of wild because you can't just, like, if I remember correctly, you have to go, like, you have to look at the doorknob, you have to pull with your mouse in or out. So you have to know which doors are push, which doors are pull, and then you have to do the corresponding action, which that sounds really simple, but when you're doing it a bunch of times during the run, as you can see as Sam's doing here right now, it really does kind of add up to the whole ordeal. It's memorizing every single room in the game, going, okay, do I push or do I pull? And while, it's not a massive time save, those minor seconds add up each time.
yeah, so this puzzle here, you just need to get the gramophone going. For some reason, it wouldn't play. I had to swap it because you need to run backwards to get this backwards, like the everything to melt. And then you need to run it forward again to return the room to normal so you can get out again. So we quickly set it to do that through this cutscene dialogue so we don't have to sit through both. For whatever reason, I wound it up and it just wouldn't play. So I had to like flip it to forward, then flip it back to backwards, which wastes some seconds. Sometimes it gets stuck like that. I'm not really sure why. But yeah, as you were saying, like this this door opens inward, and so does this one. You can kind of tell by if the doorknob's on the left side, it's push outward. If it's on the right side, it's pull towards you. So that's like the main thing to keep in mind when you're walking up to doors. This is the other corridor. I always get confused with that first one where I almost turned when I shouldn't have. I don't know why I always get those two confused, but it's just a thing I've always done. And then yeah, with the push outdoors, one of the nice things is, for the most part, you can alright, so I'm just gonna spin my camera around here a lot until this spawns. One of the nice things is you can, for the most part, just walk into the door, and as long as you're spamming to click, it should, for the most part, just open it right away. And then this one is right. Weird fun fact about console version versus PC. On console, the main character seems to walk with like a bit of a limp or something, so your mouse or like the cursor isn't steady in the center. It like wobbles, which makes it a pain to try to grab doors and stuff, because the range to grab doors is also seems to be smaller. This puzzle's neat. It's a sound-based puzzle. You have to start walking around backwards, because if you walk forward, the message plays backwards. If you walk backwards, it reverses the backwards message and plays forward. If that makes sense. I like that puzzle.
It's fun.
Yeah. This is... Oh yeah, jump scare. It's like the only real jump scare in the game, but thought I should call out beforehand.
Hey, well, we appreciate the warning.
Other jump scares are kind of like this, where nothing really gets in your face. It just like you randomly lose control and get shoved around.
I thought you could avoid this one if you like looked at like something else, by the way.
So I just watched the world record, and maybe you can, and maybe they just
ate it. Maybe that's just faster. I haven't ran this game in a while, so I'm just trying to remember. Because I remember like there's one part of the game where like you look away, or you looked away to avoid it. But
yeah, there was one. I didn't get it. It's one of the early rooms when you walk in, like you fall down because something falls from above you. You want to like hug the side and look down. That's one room I always mess up too. I always forget about it. I don't think I got in this run. I think we passed that one. That other one you might be able to as well, but I've always ate it. When I learned it, I just was eating it.
I forgot there is also the elevator trick. Since you were using the elevator there, since it has the crank candle, there is a way where while you're closing the door, you can actually use your body to close the elevator, which is always a neat trick.
Yeah,
It's
still
hard.
have not figured out how to get that
one. It's really
one.
awkward.
Yeah.
You have to like while you're pulling it to the left, the moment it goes, you just kind of hope to God you can jam your body back, and it's so awkward to get, but it's satisfying when you get it like even just a bit.
Yeah, because there's a lot of like weird little momentum physics on doors and stuff. I think you notice them more on console as well, for the worse, because sometimes you'll try to open a door and a part will get stuck and the door will just close itself again. Because there's some triggers where you need to open like 3 doors, then turn around to the door you came from, which we did just back there. There's another one of those later where you need all the doors fully open. And sometimes if you start swinging them open, but your body hits it all, the momentum will close it again before you're done. So there's like a lot of that weird, sort of minor interactions with things can add a bit of momentum. And also, we've got some dancing furniture. It's lovely. Sometimes you get some really big stuff flying at you. Nothing too bad right now besides that, I guess. Get out of here. So this part we just have to wait through. We get a lovely song. Which I believe the wife was a pianist or an opera singer, if I remember right.
Family of artists.
Yes. And speaking of art, we get to hear more of the process. Making his undercoat for his painting with her leg bone that he his mixed into dust with white paint.
It's a Thanksgiving
Lovely.
miracle.
Yeah.
I also say that for every single bad thing that happens in these games, it's a Thanksgiving miracle.
Yeah. It's so I believe in the actual like he never actually made anything out of her body. This is kind of like limbo purgatory where he's stuck deciding to do it or something, or he's like lost his mind. But what actually happened, I don't think it makes sense for him to have been able to, because she does pass away. There's like a fire. Here's the other one. Oh my goodness, please grab the door. This is the other one where your body can interact. Also, the image to like grab things shows up before you're actually in range to grab it sometimes. So if you're trying to be really optimal, like I was, you'll just sit there clicking to grab the door and you won't grab it. And that's always fun. But yeah, so there's a fire because so he gets really annoyed with his family. He thinks they're distractions from his work, so the wife leaves, takes the kid, and then there's a fire, and she ends up wheelchair bound and comes back, and he gets even more resentful of her because of all that, and eventually, so some very bad stuff happens, but she passes away, and I don't think it super makes sense that he would be able to use her body to take the paint, like make a painting, because it sounds like she probably should be buried, but who knows? Maybe he robbed a grave. But there's like a degree of this where it's possibly like the afterlife tormenting him and his guilt, and also possibly him like from the guilt of it all happening. 1 second, I'm gonna stare at these bottles a bit more. Come on, bottles. There we go. Portrait. Just gotta stare at those until the portrait shows up. So there's like a few different interpretations. I think some of the endings do change how you could interpret it.
Also, I have one request from you.
The baby.
Yeah, I wanted to say, can we show off the gag?
Yeah. It's the best part of the game. We have to
Okay,
show it
thank
off.
you. I love it. I don't know if anyone here has played or Layers of Fear or is know anything about this game, but there's a part of the game that is meant to be really scary and a jump scare, but with the way the game works, it's just kind of hilarious, and I hope Sam will show it.
What? Here we go. Yeah. So there's like these creepy dolls running around. Yeah. That's my favorite part of the game.
Oh, do you know you can chain it? That's what I was referring to.
Oh, I didn't know you could do that. You can
Go back,
chain it?
go back, yeah, go back,
Okay.
go back. And then just
Oh,
keep
I think
walking,
like I think it's unloaded. Oh, yeah, the past
Oh,
feedbacks. Oh, I didn't know you could chain it.
yeah,
Oh, that's
so
amazing.
hey, you know, it's an excuse if anyone owns this game casually or wants to.
Yes.
The trigger for that baby running into the wall, it's always in the same spot. So all you have to do is walk in and out of it. Like, it's a single frame, like, you'll identify it after playing around with it, and it'll just constantly spam babies running into walls, and it's hilarious.
That baby is so good. Also, there's a tiny bit of tech there, as you might have seen. As I walk up to that one doll in the red area, I like looked down and spun away. It actually loads you back into this section slightly faster if you do that. If you get like proper timing and everything for whatever reason. So that's like one small optimization there of like site manipulation again. Now we're going to our daughter's room. We do get to see some more babies hitting their heads here, so it's not all over. Also, I was staring at that panda book earlier. We got another panda here. There's a few pandas throughout this game I've noticed. I've found 3 of them. I'm curious if there are more. Because in that room you get locked in the paint level, where the lights go out and I turn them back on and you have to wait for someone to bang on the door to get in. There's like a book with the panda on in that shelf, and then here we have a panda on the wall. And I know of at least one more, and I don't know if that's like intended as some sort of like hidden thing. So we hear this banging, right? And it's like, oh, the windows smashing stuff. That's so scary, but something else is banging as well. It's more baby. It's so scary. Oh, and then it falls over. I know once I'm done this, I'm going back and watching the baby dupe thing. That sounds amazing. We get our scary little poem about how mom's gonna not tucking us in anymore because of the fire. Big scary baby doll hands coming after us. So we use hair for the brush. I don't know if this is supposed to be implied like locks of our daughter's hair or one of the dolls or the mom.
Fuck it. I was already halfway through. And
I like his like
just put it all back
view on
forget
this.
the
He's
whole
like,
thing.
I don't know if I can do this. Yeah, I can't really undo it, so I may as well just finish. It's like, yeah, you can't undo it, can you? Now we have a bunch of dolls all over the place here. But yeah, like, so opening this door, it's locked for a set amount of time. If your computer, like, is too slow, the lock will disappear, and there'll just be, like, a spinning ring, and that's, basically saying it's not loaded. So here, we can do some manipulation by going just slightly past halfway, and then turning around, and we do that back and forth, and it loads these other areas faster than going all the way around. And then once the light goes off, I want to go all the way around, and one of these doors should open by now. Should being the keyword.
While we're
Oh,
walking through the hallway, I just want to give a special shout out to this game in general because normally, I think this game is actually a really easy game to get into speedrunning with because I know, so Sam, you had an endeavor recently where I think you learned a bunch of different games. I know you did like the Glass Staircase, this one, and I think a few others, right?
yeah, this door is not opening for some reason. I don't know what's happening.
Try
Uh,
going the other direction around.
I've gone both ways. It should definitely have opened by now. Uh, this is new. This is strange. It is
Would you
doesn't
say?
this has never happened before?
Yay!
Yay! I've never seen this before. This is yeah, the door is
I've
still locked.
seen this maybe once.
Alright, we might have to reload. Luckily, this is right at the start of the chapter, so like literally right. Oh, I think I just heard something. Did I hear a door open? Door. No, okay, so this is like a soft lock I've never seen before. Unfortunately, quitting to menu here, oop, no, we want to hit continue, not chapter select. Alright, so starting this chapter off again. I think that technically invalidates the runs as far as leaderboards are concerned, but after how much time I spent there, I need to go around a few more times, I think, to make this. Yeah, okay. I do not think I would be PBing anyways, so that's fine. Alright,
Now, what
so
I
hope.
wanted to say though,
Yeah,
yeah, this game's pretty easy to get into. It's a nice early speedrun learning. It's rather simple. It's cheap. This game has a lot of benefits to it, I think.
yeah, it goes on sale a lot too, which is nice.
Oh yeah, it's like $5.
Yeah. Uh, it's happening again. Maybe if I turn on this lamp. If I do anything, maybe I'll make something happen. Alright, this is, interesting. Alright, yeah, this, I don't know what's going on. We're gonna chapter select. It's touch. In case there's anything, like, messed up from during the run, this should at least undo it. I'm gonna take this a lot safer, and we're just gonna keep going. Haven't seen that before. Not sure what's up. We're just gonna go one way around this time. We're gonna just do it real safe. It's slower, but I mean, it's soft locked twice already.
This is why we
We'll
have
do
estimates.
intended, yeah. Uh oh, I thought I heard the door open. It's a floor creaking.
I just want to say, by the way, really quick, thank you for doing this run so far. I know this is early, but I guess while we're waiting for the door here, last time I tried having this game on, the runner got stopped by a hurricane.
Ooh, I mean, my computer did almost light itself on fire. Oh
I
my
was
goodness, it
beginning to
still isn't
think this
working.
game might be cursed, and I've been wanting to kind of show it for.
No, I'm just cursed at hot fixes. So the last time I did a hot fix, my computer started blue screening and dying. I end up oh, it's working. Okay, we've done it. Okay, thank
There we
goodness.
go.
This is I'm not gonna look directly at that. That's bad on the eyes. There we go. And the door is supposed to open a bit on its own. It wasn't, but also it finally unlocked. That's an outdoor, not an in. I'm just so confused now after all of that. But yeah, normally that door opens a bit on its own. Oh, this is a fun part. This is we have a rat friend to guide us. But yeah, so you were mentioning like it was really easy to learn this. In the beginning of October I did like a challenge that was basically just a bunch of 12-hour challenges for a bunch of different horror games because I just came back to speedrunning after like 2 years because I finally got a new computer after my last one died at the last hotfix I was in. Woo. So I finally had one that could properly speedrun again. I thought for a few months at least until this one tried to burn itself as well. So we're gonna brute force this code as well. And we got first try again. Woo! Good RNG on
Hey,
these
very
brute
lucky in the
force.
RNG.
Yeah, there's 3 different options there. There's like a puzzle that's like one of those games where you follow the lines, and there's rat, cat, and dog, and it can be either one of those. But yeah, so I did this one. I think it took me an hour and a half to learn it and complete a run. So here's another panda. This one's like very easy to get into. But again, there's a lot of room to really save time and get really good at it. So just because it's easy to get into doesn't mean it's going to be like a game that you're going to run once and be like, oh, I have a perfect time. I don't need to run it more. There's always like a lot of room for improvement. I also think if you like these kinds of games, I do think this is the best one of them as far as like the Bloober Team games walking plus look at things combo.
Oh, absolutely.
Those sort of games. Yeah, I'd recommend this one probably the most for getting into. I think thematically those mechanics work so much with the fact that it's inspired by Picture of Dorian Gray and the looking at things changing reality thing. We're gonna pull a chain and make someone scream 3 times here real fast.
Also, going into it again with speedruns, I love like 35-minute estimate, like 40-minute estimate. Half an hour is great. I love runs that are just at this point where it's not like too short where it's it's a like 5-minute grind or like a 10-minute grind. It's like 30 minutes, but it's not immensely long, which is great.
Oh, that turned the wrong way. Sometimes the grabbing just gets me. You click and it doesn't grab, and it's the one thing that annoys me with this game. It shows that you can grab it and then you can't from where you are, because it gets me every time. But yeah, so those sorts of games, I think speedrun wise, this one's probably the best because it's one of the shortest, and then probably I'd say maybe Visage for that style is the next best, just because it has like a ton of cool game breaking glitches. So it's like the dichotomy, because this one's pretty much glitchless for the most part. This book, I need to pull it. It does not like to pull. I found there's a weird thing with this book sometimes where you're supposed to pull out, but sometimes you need to like push it in with your controls to make it pull out, like it reverses its controls for some reason. I don't know why. So this has a lot of the look at stuff to manipulate. We look up, it's changed, this is a door now. I feel like the Old Spice commercial. Look at the door, look up, now look back at the door. Or look, I guess it was a phone, not a camera at the time. 5, 3, and these phone call combos are always the same, so you don't really need to go get them. Though this one is kind of weirdly coded. You actually do have to like look at, so we pick it up to do this, and then we have to look at this guy. He looks there, it lights up at the code, drops a baby off the ledge, and we can do this one, which is 354. And then this is like one of the few glitches. We're gonna try to bounce into the wall. I didn't quite get it. There's a part of geometry there that you can hit early, and it like, I think fades out slightly faster if you do. So, just getting the finishing touches for the painting. Yeah, so we're gonna end up with the bad ending in this run. It is the fastest, or I guess it's called the loop ending. All of the endings are actually kind of bad.
How should I?
It's kind of hard to have a good ending when your protagonist is making a painting of a body of like his wife.
Easier than sawing a leg. Washed it.
So just to give you an idea of the fact that my computer is overheating, it is currently quote unquote fixed.
Pull this off.
The cores are currently at about 98 degrees Celsius. It's very close to overheating. It's a little scary. I have it open. That's what almost stopped me from running today. This is the fixed. I also have a window open. It's minus 13 degrees Celsius and a fan from the window pointed at it. I know. I sent you so many messages about how worried I was about this thing not working.
It worked out.
Yep, and the whole time you're going, the layers of fear curse. The layers of fear curse.
Yep. It worked out though, and that's what matters.
The real fear was the computer problems we had along the way.
Oh, that's one of the layers. There's layers to it.
Yeah. It's like an onion. It's like an ogre. That's the moral of this story. None of this would have happened if the father was actually Shrek, because Shrek is the best father.
Yeah, that is actually correct, actually.
That's why all this fire is like green right now. It's symbolism. So, kind of in the end, as we progress through this and, you know, he kind of realizes more and more what he's doing, the house kind of deteriorates more and more, and I really love, there's like all this black gunk everywhere. Also, drop through the door. But you get like these large bits of it that, to me, actually looks quite a bit like dried paint. I think they did a really good job of that. I think it looks really cool. Also, fun fact here, there's like an infinite loop soft lock. Yeah, see, like this stuff all looks like dried paint. I think it's really cool. We go around that because you can get like stuck on it. But yeah, all here is just like old dried paint stuck to stuff. So yeah, on Switch, if I go through this door, there's a chance I'd just come back out, back at that staircase down to the door you have to like unlatch, and it just loops itself internally. Shoutouts to Yanza from the community for telling me how to fix that, which is you have to completely quit out of the game and start back up and continue. I found that out today because I was actually practicing on Switch because I was so scared of overheating issues. I was like, I'm not going to start the game until I'm ready for the run. I'm just going to run it on console to practice.
Oh.
Take a deep breath. So here we got just kind of some time as we have to sit through a few of these. I don't know what you'd call them, like underwater visions.
Maybe.
Yeah, just got a few of these. There's really not too much going on. We do get to see one of the like baby doll things playing a piano though. That's kind of fun. I also really love this track. This is my favorite track from the soundtrack. There we go. Kind of quiet, but it like picks up. We go through the scenes. I think it's a lot louder in this one. I love video game soundtracks though. I like collect them. And this is one of my favorite tracks from a horror game. Right after we come out of this one. This like piano tune here. It's also the menu theme. Yeah. I think there might be a cycle to it, because normally you get a bit more. It's still going okay. I found out on the Switch version too, if you just spam to pick up, you can actually pick up the eyes while you're getting up from the floor, which is slightly faster. It doesn't seem to work on PC though.
The artist needed an audience.
Yeah, so he takes their eyes now because he's like, I can't show anyone this portrait made of my dead wife, so I'll just show my dead wife.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, it's a present for her.
Also, I see a comment I really like here. The moral of the story of Layers of Fear is let's all agree to never be creative again. I like
Yes.
that comment. It's accurate. Just let's not do art anymore.
Art was a mistake. So there's a lot of weird sort of trigger manipulation in this area. We have to get checker pieces, but we also need to like get things to spawn. I always go to the wrong spot for this one. Is it this corner? Oh, it was. Cool, I got the corner right. So different parts of the house sort of transform, and you have to grab the stuff and move back, and I think it's this. Yes, okay, we're 2 for 2. Let's go. You'll see me spin my mouse a lot to try to get to transform. This is another part with like the singing, and then as it plays for a bit, everything's kind of backwards. We're collecting checker pieces because nothing says art like checkers. Wait, where did that checker... It like fell, but then didn't. That was fun. Optimizing this part I find really hard. This is one of the parts I mess up the most because it's just really weird. I think it's this wall I need to be at. Yes, so we want to go near the bottom of the stairs so the ball rolls down, because we can pick up this checker here, and there's one at the top of the stairs we can pick up from below instead of walking up. Saves like 4 seconds, but you need to get that ball to roll down first. So you have to like walk up to the center of it. This is... yeah. Just keep walking at this until it triggers the next part. Here we go. We're actually really close to the end of the game now. This is pretty much the last major section. Big creepy baby photo. Come back to here, everything flies off. We're going to run into this wall because it's like the direction we need to be once this cutscene ends. And because we're like directly at it, there's a part where we fall forward. It's not a useful glitch, but we get to see through the wall, sort of. Maybe. Not doing the fall down. There we go. We can kind of see between the textures for a second. Not useful, but... so we've completed the painting. Amazing, isn't it? Looks just like her.
Perfect.
I actually really love the paintings, like, throughout as this transforms. I think Whoever did the paintings for this, they did a really good job. They're really pretty.
Perfect.
It looks a
One of the many,
little.
Just like I always.
Go ahead.
honestly, it's one of the many layers of this game.
Yes.
What is this?
But yeah, so he paints her and then realizes, oh, I actually painted her after the burns from the fire. She's not perfect anymore because, he's a very vain, not great guy, and then, like, it erodes, and this is like the loop ending where he's still fixated on, like, wanting the perfect wife or whatever, so he, like, just gets angry and just keeps repainting her forever. There's a glitch that sometimes happens here. He's supposed to open that door, but sometimes he just walks straight through it. I don't know if it's going to happen because it seems to just be random, but I think it's funny when it does, so I'm just going to spam this a bit and hopefully... Oh, there we go. He went through it. Didn't even open. So we're pretty much done. He's painted dozens, which obviously there's not enough body parts for all of these, so it kind of plays again on the idea that he's not actually using her body, he's kind of like imagining it. But yeah, so we're going to go back, and when I pull the canvas down, just like we did at the beginning of the game, because this pretty much is the exact same as the beginning, just everything's destroyed now. That's time, so we're right at the end here. Just have to go to this corner, and everything is nice again and bright, and time. And he loops and starts the painting again.
All right. It's a fitting speedrun ending when you think about it.
Yeah, I mean, you're just doing runs over and over again.
Exactly, he's aware.
There's actually... Continue has now become finish it. So every time you go through, it just keeps saying finish it and finish it, like finish the painting, kind of, when you finish with that ending. Which I think is kind of neat.
It is.
Because it just new games again from that point. That's a fun little thing.
So, I want to say thank you for doing the run. Before we do move on to the next runs, though, I do have a couple of questions. One, do you have any shout-outs you'd like to give to anyone?
Shoutouts to the Layers of Fear community. I've been around for just a short while, and I haven't interacted with too many people because it's not super active right now. I think Shuriko, the world record holder, went on a bit of hiatus after they got world record 2 months ago. But Yanza helped me with the soft lock thing just today on Switch, so shout out to them, and shout outs to all the other Layers of Fear runners. And shout outs to Catlink and Juho, who will be coming up next. And of course, yourself for having me.
And well, thank you for that one. And as well, if anyone wanted to check you out on Twitch or anywhere else, where can they find you?
You can find me on Twitch at twitch.tv/Saysam or SASAM. I'm also on Twitter at SaysamBots because my old username was Dead Robots, so that's just like the combination. And yeah, that's about it.
All right. Well, I do want to say thank you again for doing Layers of Fear. It's a fun game, and you don't get to see it quite often, so I'm happy they were able to show it off for us. And thank you for doing the run. That being said, we're going to be going over to our next game of the night, and we're going to be taking a quick wellness break. This is the time to stand up, touch your toes, stretch your legs, do what you need. And before that, I just want to remind you that if you're watching this on YouTube, feel free to join us over at twitch.tv/gamesdonequick to check out our live shows, starting most nights at 7 p.m. Eastern. All right, we'll be right back. All right, we are back from the break. Welcome back, everyone. I hope that you all enjoyed the journey through the House of Layers of Fear. I always like walking through all the hallways, and it's nice to kind of see the descent of a madman with his family. As well, we're going to be continuing the night of family games, and what better to do so than welcoming you to the family. I think everybody knows about this game in one way or another, whether you've seen it, whether you've heard about it, whether you've watched it. I think everybody knows about our next game, so it doesn't really need much more of an introduction than that, because we'll get plenty throughout the run. Anyway, here is Resident Evil 7 with Catlink. Take it away.
Hello, everybody. My name is Catlink, and with me today I have Captain Ezekiel and Needle. If you want to say hello, Needle.
Oh, hi. Hey, everybody.
Hey.
My name is Needle. I'm a Resident Evil 7 runner. I am very partial to the knife only, but I'm super excited for tonight. This is a amazing run, and
Yeah.
Zeke, of course.
Hi, I'm Captain Ezekiel. I too run this game, and I'm a big fan of this category and a big fan of Callie. She's gonna kill it.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Yeah. I wanted to get a lot of the RE7 runners in here today because obviously it's, the theme is family, and RE7, a lot of the people in, a lot of the runners of RE7 are quite literally family to me, and, they really mean a lot to me. So, I got a whole bunch of them here today. So yeah, we're going to start as soon as I pick the difficulty, and we're going to go in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck.
Clap, 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 clap. All right, so good old Mia.
Hey, baby.
We've seen her many
I
times
just
before,
wanted to
but
send
today
a
we're
quick hello
focusing
and
on
I
the
love
Baker
you.
family, of
Oh,
course.
good news. I'm gonna
The
be
good
coming
old
home soon.
wholesome
Yay!
Thanksgiving Baker family dinner. I
Oh
cannot
yeah,
wait.
very delicious, and it's a delicious dinner. You know they put a lot of effort into it. Marguerite, you're gonna love it. She put a lot of work into that dinner, and we're gonna eat it.
I gotta get back
It's
to
gonna be
work.
great.
I love you, Ethan.
I wish I
miss you
could.
so
I
much.
wish
I'm
I could.
sending
You
you
know, do
tons
all the
of
voice lines of
kisses.
this game, but we all know a very good reason why I will not be doing that. But yeah, I've been running this game for like, what is it, 5 years almost now? I think. I can't remember. I think it's been like that long.
Just about.
We've all collectively spent way too much
were
time
right.
with this game.
I did lie.
Yeah,
I
I was
shouldn't
saying
have.
if somebody trapped us in a room and told
Oh,
us
I
that
can see.
we could only talk about
You
Resident
get
Evil
this.
7, I would say we could probably make it a good week or so
Stay
without running out of
away.
things to talk about. So we are a panel of Resident Evil 7 nerds here for sure.
Oh yeah. When we come to a lot of strats, obviously this is just mainly just the intro of Ethan, making his way to go get his wife after being missing for 3 years.
It's Ethan.
So, yeah, once we get to the strats, that we have like a whole
Yeah.
Wikipedia
Yeah, no,
of
I'm good.
knowledge
I'm
to
good.
share with you all,
Mia.
which is very exciting, and also some
She's
like
not dead, she's
extra,
alive. She's
information
back.
tidbits about the game because that's always fun and interesting.
I don't know. Look,
Yeah, we're very.
I
This
don't
is
know
very.
how, but
This
she's
the
back.
collective of us
Somehow.
3 individuals is probably the sweatiest you'll ever see
She
of
wants me to come
nerds that are going to be describing or commentating a game because we
Don't
know
lose you.
way too much for our own
No,
sanity's
no.
sake. So
Listen.
now you're all about to be exposed to
I
that.
have to find out what happened.
You're welcome. All right. So now we're going to be finally getting control of Ethan. Yeah, this is probably one of the big reasons why a lot of people don't run this game, but I personally enjoy the cutscenes, I would say, just because, it gives you time to have like a little break here and there. Food break, pee break, whatever you need, really. But, yeah, finally gain control of Ethan, and we go. So right away, we're just going to be making our way to Guest House, and Guest House is essentially probably every runner's worst nightmare, don't you say?
Yeah. Maybe a
The
little bit.
We've spent the most time in Guest House by far. Yeah, just by the nature of the run. It's kind of the intro section. It sets everything up, and there's actually a lot of really cool little plot elements that happen here where you find out a bit about the Baker family. Speaking of which,
Hi, Jack.
It's Dad.
Dad,
No boost.
do you
No
have
boost.
dinner ready? I'm excited. I can't wait for the intestines. I mean, the ham.
I'm pretty sure there's a leg on the table. I don't know what kind of leg, but
And a can of meat.
yeah, a
Never
lot of
forget.
cans of meat.
Not
yeah.
spam.
It just says meat.
Yeah. So we're making our way into the guest house. This is a lot of movement optimization. So we're focusing on tight corners, making sure that we are moving in a straight line for everywhere that we can. And as we come into the guest house, there's going to be a retry, which happens a few times throughout the run. Zeke, you want to talk about run speed? I know you love it.
Oh, yeah. So Ethan has a couple different states of movement. There's like his crouching walking speed, his outside running speed, his inside running speed, and just normal Ethan walking speed. When you're outside before the guest house, you're really fast. And when you come into the guest house, a checkpoint triggers and you slow down. But kick the retry there, and it puts Ethan back at what he was when he was outside. So we're zooming.
And we also have some FPS swaps. So the reason why we swap to 30 FPS for the most part anyways is usually if there's a tight squeeze we have to get through, 30 FPS allows you to get through it a lot faster. However, obviously you want to get out of 30 FPS as quick as possible just because it does slow down the game quite a bit. However, that like what, half a second of time just to get by an enemy or through a door helps immensely with time.
Yeah, it definitely trades off really heavily in our favor, because there's going to be times where going through a door or going through an enemy we would otherwise have to kill. You'll notice that specifically more later in the game. So 30 FPS helps a lot there, but like Kat said, 30 FPS hurts the run because the engine is tied to FPS in terms of speed. So the game genuinely runs slower when you're at 30 FPS, and you will just bleed time everywhere.
Yep, it is pain.
Yeah. Much like Resident Evil 2 Remake, but not quite to the extent. And Kat just skipped a jump scare. You're welcome, everybody.
You're welcome. If you are, sensitive to jump scares, you're welcome. That one's a pretty notable one for most people in their first playthrough. But yeah, we just skip it by looking at the wall.
Yeah, if you can't see it, he can't see you. That's how it works.
Exactly. Hi, Mia. Are you ready for our Thanksgiving dinner?
Thank God I found you.
She doesn't look ready. I'm not gonna lie.
Maybe she already ate dinner. Maybe she was in a food coma.
Oh yeah. No,
What do you mean?
that's a good point.
I too lock myself in a room after a food coma.
I mean, I usually go straight to bed after eating turkey. I don't know what's in turkey, but it makes you tired.
It's the tryptophan.
What's going on?
Daddy's
What now?
We need to go.
It's the chemical in turkey.
We need to
that
go
makes it
now.
Oh yeah, that's what it's called, huh?
I thought you were calling us a name for a second.
No,
I was like,
no,
that's
I'm
not
sorry.
very
I would
nice.
never.
It's like,
I would
all right,
never.
like.
Where are you taking
So I
go
want to
ahead.
talk about the menu, specifically because I can never stop like ranting and raving about this menu.
3 years.
Basically, if you leave your cursor anywhere in the menu, it stays there, no matter what. So we do a lot of pre-setup for certain things. So we deleted the note here, and then we put the cursor on the bolt cutters, because the next item we're going to need are the bolt cutters. So we do that instinctively throughout the run for different items. But yeah, it is probably like my most favorite Resident Evil
What is this place?
menu to date.
What'd they do to you?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
We stand this menu.
Yeah, a big stand for this menu. It's like they haven't done it right since. It's so like there's a lot of there's a lot of divide sometimes when we talk about the different RE games, but the biggest one that I always go back to is RE7's inventory is the most well done inventory in like almost any game I've ever played, simply because the game still runs while you do it, and it's fluid. Everything moves when you want it to move. Nothing hangs, and it's all very quick. It's very fast and responsive as RE7's inventory, which there's issues with some other games where they don't have that, and so we really love this one anytime we get to use it, because it's so nice to be able to set up and be very quick, and that's like kind of the key traits of a runner in this game. As you become better and better and you climb the boards and something you'll notice a difference is that's the higher tier runners, people like Cat and Niddle. You'll notice that they have very quick and set up inventories for a specific reason. They're ready for the next interaction every time, so that's like the biggest appeal.
Yeah, and I feel like a lot of people that speedrun this game, and many people have different ways of doing their inventory. Like, there's not really one set way of doing your inventory. Like, me and Zeke are a good example, because he'll have his menu set up a certain way for certain items, and then I'll have it like completely the opposite in a different spot. So it's very interesting to see how people do their inventory and still be around the same time.
I remember this room.
Alright,
Yeah.
so I'm gonna be waiting for the audio cue. So basically, Mia's freaking out right now, and we have to come into this room for reasons, just to stare at this wall. It's a really nice wall. So I'm going to be waiting for the audio cue. It's like a little piano sound. You'll barely hear it.
Nice.
All right, there you go.
Yeah, there's a little audio cue. You hear the last piano note, and then basically 4 seconds after that, Mia gets taken away. If you turn too quickly, she's just chilling in the room. So it's important that you wait until she's actually taken, and then a quick bathroom turn spawns her in the staircase. Amazing how that works, right?
Very
Mia.
interesting. It's a 4.2 seconds, I believe, is the exact amount of time between that note and when Mia actually gets abducted, and it's really easy to mess it up because you get all ahead of yourself and you're like, I'm gonna go perfect timing, and then you mess it up.
Yeah, it's hard to
Also
beat speedrunning.
Also, if for sometimes, sometimes with that section, if you are too close to the entrance of that room, it can also take a little bit longer.
So the lineup on the wall is kind of specific.
Yeah. Alright, we're just gonna run towards the danger.
Wait!
Yeah, so this section's just kind of like on rails. You just kind of wait until she decides she's had enough. But yeah, in this case, it's faster to run towards the danger than to block the danger.
Yeah, there's a prompt to defend yourself if you have prompts turned on, but it's actually, you don't want to do that.
No.
It's slow.
I can hear her.
Yeah, you lose a lot of
I
time
can feel her
defending
clawing
yourself,
her
so
way
you
back
might as well
inside
just let it happen, I guess.
Yeah, it doesn't change. Like, it's much faster to do it that way, as well as the damage you take on easy doesn't really matter. On Madhouse, on the other hand, you still don't resist, but you get put down to critical HP. It does scale the damage you take.
Madhouse is quite the category. All right.
Are you Mia?
This is a pretty specific setup also. It doesn't necessarily look like it, like it's such a small nudge, but...
I hope. Mia.
There we go.
Hey.
Nailed it.
Mia.
Perfect.
Yay.
Yeah, we have to stand in a specific spot to get Mia to wake up as quickly as possible. And if you're a little bit too far back or a little bit too far forward, you can just stand there for quite a while, looking like a fool, while your wife takes a nap in front of you. But
I love left swing.
That was pretty good.
Left swing is brutal. You and Niddle are both cursed with the left swing.
I'm
I
plagued
swear.
with it. Yeah.
It's what we're talking about there is you could swing the axe in a power swing. You wanted to go from right to left because that's what you're expecting and you're setting up to hit most of Mia with it. Ideally, what you would want at a perfect scenario is to hit Mia one time and she dies. And the way this works is FPS is tied to the active hitboxes of the axe, similar to RE2R with the knife if you're familiar with that. So you'll notice it really later when we do Mia 2, where we try to kill her in one swing. We're trying to clip into her, let the axe hit multiple times till she dies in one hit. 2 hits is perfectly normal. That's the standard, which is what Kat got there. But you can get a 1 hit if you get the right swing and you clip into her.
It's very difficult and very painful.
Yeah,
it's
every time you get
literally,
the left swing, because if you move ever so slightly, it just goes left. Like, oh, okay.
Was there a pun coming up?
Yeah.
What was it?
Oh, it's also a pun and more of an anime reference. I was gonna say it's literally just the unsheathed katana, nothing poisonal kid.
Oh no.
That's a good
Also,
one. That is true.
I'm glad you brought up the VTuber. I wasn't sure whether in which cat would be having, so I'm glad I get to see that.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, it's fun.
For those who probably see me during GDQ, Zeke and I did a RE7 race, and I also did a Jazz Punt for SGDQ recently. And I did used to use a face cam. That was quite something. You know, it was very common on my channel. However, I discovered the power of VTubing. It's quite a magical place, I promise. Some people probably think it's weird, and you know that's fine. However, it's a lot of fun. And I don't have to wear pants if I want to.
That's the best selling point that I've ever heard in my life. Everyone knows I am not a pants fan. Put me in.
Strats are found pantsless. This is facts.
That is the mantra behind Resident Evil 7 strats.
Anyway, but yeah, so VTubing's been really cool, and I'm really glad it's working properly for this run because I was kind of worried it was gonna lag.
Why didn't we lose our arm? Big question.
So yeah, that's a very good question. We're actually playing the Japanese censored version. So for those who don't know, the Japanese censored version saves about 23 seconds or so. it's quite a large amount of time, just for changing versions of the game. Because yeah, Japan does not like they do not like excessive gore, especially dismemberment. So they had to have a censored version for them specifically. However, we discovered that it saves blood, which is great. Save the limb, save the time.
We got Mia too. So you can see Kat line up and run into Mia and take a power swing from her right wrist down to her left leg.
GG.
And that's the one hit. If you have your headphones turned up, you heard like a chunky hit. That's intentional.
Oh,
where's she going?
It's like she's walking on sunshine.
She looks like she's having a great time. I feel
Mia's ragdoll physics can be like influenced for like 2 seconds after she dies, and so we push like mannequins and boxes into her, and then she'll always freeze. No matter where she's at, she will freeze in whatever pose she's in. And we like to get some Mia snapshots every now and then. Hi, Jack.
Oh, 56, not bad.
And we have officially been welcomed to the family.
Welcome to the family, son.
This is a game about family.
Exactly. I'm sure that wasn't, canonically an important thing that just happened right there. I don't think anything really happened.
No, not at all. There's no important lore pieces that happened specifically after that moment or during that moment. Nope, not at all.
Hey, I can definitely tell you, that moment has led to some very interesting discussion online.
Really?
I'm just gonna leave it at that because I don't think I could talk much more about what that I'm referring to.
That's fair. I mean, what we're saying is you should play Resident Evil Village. If you haven't, go play it because it is a masterpiece of a sequel. That game is phenomenal.
Yeah, honestly, that game made me cry.
I like it. It was
Same.
fun.
Like, I don't know why, but it made me cry like 3 times, more than once, more than twice.
Yeah, it's rough. It's a good game.
What the
It's
hell?
a very good game.
It's time for supper. Okay, now I can't say anything else.
Where's Mia?
This is
really
like every
potty
family
mouths.
meal.
Our delicious Thanksgiving meal.
Yeah, this is exactly what you all have to look forward to tomorrow. This is exactly what you're gonna get. Can of meat with a candle in it.
I mean, I've had some raucous Thanksgiving family dinners. This is not too far off.
Even the hand chopping.
Oh yeah, they kind of phoned in that animation, right?
People losing their arms, it's a pretty normal family ordeal, I'd say.
I would say Ethan's being rude here, Not eating the food. Very rude.
I almost said that line. I almost said it. I've played this game far too many times, and every single time I usually always recite the lines of this scene specifically, just because I love it so much. But for obvious reasons. We don't have to do that.
They do have some potty mouths.
A little fun fact, this scene is actually based on a scene from Wrong Turn 2.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
I haven't watched that in a while.
This scene, that's the scene, but this game has a lot of horror references. There's a whole bunch. We'll cover them as we get to them, but the scene is like the most iconic, I would say, Resident Evil cutscene ever. Outside of maybe Boulder Puncher, but this is a pretty intense scene, and Kat's gonna break free.
Woo! Bye, Grandma.
She's not part.
Resident. She's just doing a resident sleeper. It's fine. All right. So if you want to go through, if you want to go through with hallway, take it away.
Yeah, so hallway, you see Jack here. Kat's gonna try and get around Jack without getting manhandled a bit too much. Jack is really aggressive. You need to get the hatch key there, and then she's gonna try and get around Jack without getting too much grief.
I will take that.
That works, yeah. There's a skip you can do if you have Jack in the right spot, but it is so erratic. Borderline random, and it can be very painful. Because Jack has a lot of different things he can do. He can choose different animations. He can be aggressive. He can not be aggressive. He can go for what we wanted was a mist grab, and then Kat would run around him, get the key. He would follow her, and then she'd go down the hallway and spin around into what's called wall skip, where he would break through the wall, trigger a cutscene early. It's like a 3.5 second time save. Not important at all. Nope. So getting around him without actually getting stepped on too many times, actually very good.
Yeah,
Phone call skip?
he can actually grab you. No phone skip. He can actually grab you twice in quick succession before you even have a
waiting
chance.
for that.
Yeah, before you even have a chance to block. So it's pretty good that he didn't go into full aggro mode.
Yeah, that was actually pretty good. He can actually do that instant grab like 3 times if you're very unlucky.
Oh,
Yeah, he just
I
spins
hate
you around and does a little square dance. It's the most ridiculous thing.
You spin me right round.
Yeah, it's bad, but that part right there is considered one of the biggest reset points as I guess a veteran runner. Hallway is the hardest part because you're coming after guest house, which is a 15-minute auto scroller slog, and then you have the hard time save, so guest house that you have to hit, and then you immediately have hallway. And then it can be brutal, especially when your run or PB has wall skip. You want to get wall skip, and if you fail that, you could start 5 seconds to the hole, and you're sad.
You can even lose time to hallway skip too. Even if you do get it, you can still lose a considerable amount of time depending on how Jack decides to act. Because Jack can be slow, he can be fast. If he decides to be slow, you're probably going to lose the time that you were aiming to save with hallway skip.
Yeah, it's one of those things that whenever newer runners are attempting it, it's kind of like I would hold off. Yeah, I would hold off. You're gonna get really frustrated, and it's not worth the time.
Yeah, that's definitely my biggest advice to any newer runners. If you ever decide to pick up RE7, please do not stress about out of bounds. You don't need to stress about the hallway skip. Literally, you don't have to stress about anything. Just learn the route. Or like the base route, and go from there. Because even my time, I'm currently 3rd in this category, and even with my time, I could probably still get a PB without hallway skip.
I mean, I could also. I have the current record. Like I don't even need hallway skip, and I get hung up on it. Don't be like me. I'm a broken man. Don't be like me.
It's a very modular run. You can kind of add in the parts that you want and stuff.
Yeah.
We gotta get the fuck out of here.
This is
Deputy David Anderson.
Yeah, Deputy David Anderson.
What about you?
He gets so much screen time. I'm so glad.
Tell me. Answer my question.
Yeah, and
Believe me if I told
you got about 5 seconds till he's been fired.
Hey, put that over.
And he was 1 week away from retirement.
Oh no!
Thankfully, in this version, he doesn't lose his head.
Yeah. It's not a clean scoop.
So for this fight, we're going to be standing by this door, waiting for Jack to come hit us. We're going to let him hit us, and then now we're going to swing the knife sometimes, and then shoot him twice, and then the fight's going to be done.
GG.
Nice.
Very easy fight.
Jack won a
Jack
bit of a
won.
pushover. A fun fact about that fight, Jack and Ethan are not the only things in this room that have an HP bar. The car has an HP bar. 2,000 health or 1,000 health.
Yeah, the car has its own HP, which baffled us because we recently discovered that. And yeah, especially since we finally got an SRT speedrun tool for those who are not sure what an SRT is, but yeah, when we finally got a speedrun tool for it to tell us all the HP values for everything, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
That was like the mind-blowing information.
Yeah, it was kind of insane. And it's not even just like a pointless HP bar, I guess. When you cut the windows, it loses HP. Like, the car actually loses health. It's stupid, is what it is. But, we take what we can get.
I really hope I picked up that shotgun shell.
I believe you did. Yeah, I think I heard the pickup. Surely all three of us can't be wrong, right?
Right?
Oh, that was
Fast drop.
Got that quick drop.
we got the quick drop. It's a little slow, but we got the quick drop. So this game has a weird way of dropping, I guess you could say. There's a certain way you go with ledges where it allows you to have a faster drop than usual, which would save about like 0.5 seconds.
Yeah.
Minor optimizations are
some of
really
them,
not.
Some of them save a little bit more time than others, but they all feel so good when you can actually get them in a run.
Satisfying.
Um,
I'm a little nervous.
you got
Alright.
this. Don't worry about it.
I'm a little nervous. So the reason why I'm nervous, for those who don't know, we have a little magic trick coming up, and that magic trick consists of a lot of setup. So, boys, you want to take it away?
Yeah, no, you lead this one.
Yeah, so this is the beginning of the Jack out of bounds section. We're going to be manipulating Jack's AI in a very specific way, and having him follow us in a very specific way, so that we can get him to where he needs to be, fast, but not so fast that it prevents us from doing a puzzle. So Kat's going to come down here. She has to go to the clock, and she's firing these shots to Bates Jack AI. She's going to do this quick puzzle, put the clock piece in. She's going to pick up the dog head. She's going to come back out here. Jack's going to drop right now. Perfect.
Nice.
Heading into this hallway, she needs to have Jack follow her down the hall. Close, but not too close, again, because she has to get into the next room and solve this puzzle before Jack gets to the door. If Jack gets to the door, there's a little prompt that says no, and it's upsetting. But she got it. It's all good.
This is actually going very well. Jack
this
is
is
perfectly aggroed. Jack is like actually in the best spot I think you could have right now for new game.
Oh my god, my heart
You
is
got this.
racing right now. That part is the most nerve-wracking section.
And he busts through the door right on time. We need him to come up the staircase, and Kat's going to get to one side of the staircase. She's going to shoot him in the leg, and then do a little squeeze past, line herself up on the wall, and if all went right, Jack turns us around, throws us into the wall, and we are out of bounds.
That
GG.
was a flawless out of bounds. Actually,
That was really good.
That was perfect. That was very, very good.
Oh my god. Thank goodness. Yeah, during our race that did not go. My out of bounds did not go like that, unfortunately. Oh.
Yeah, this is it's probably one of the most tech-heavy sections, and you just need so many separate things to go right, and it's literally like if you're half a second late to picking up something or being out of the room, then everything kind of goes wrong, and it landslides very quickly. In a PB setting, that's just hundo P dead run.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The out of bounds is by far one of the most convoluted and difficult out of bounds sequences you could ever see in a game because of how hard and how much goes into actually making Jack do what we need him to do, and it's been under a lot of revisions over the past, and that's the most up-to-date, fastest version you can currently do.
Yeah.
So that was very well done. But now, Jack's not gone. We're coming up on Jack 2, and this is a personal favorite fight of mine.
Of course it is.
As
Oh,
things
God.
have progressed.
Bless me, please.
Yeah, this fight in New Game is
It's
so
gotten way more complicated. Zeke, take it away.
Yeah,
this is all you.
this is the strat I came up with. Basically, what's gonna happen is Kat's gonna start this fight with enhanced ammo and drop 4 into Jack's head, baiting him to turn around. She's gonna reload and switch to 30 FPS, and the reason we're doing this is to slow the game down. To get 7 shots, I'm pretty sure all of those hit. So we
really
get...
hope so.
We're on a very tight time budget to get all 7 of those shots in, because we need Jack to be at as low as health as possible. 2,400 or 2,700, actually, I believe is the health we want him at right now. So if we can get the quick kill 1 cycle, she's going to saw him, and then power swing into his head, and then she's going to let 2 shots go into his head, and then saw into him, and if this went well, he'll just die here. Let's go!
Let's go.
That is a very hard thing to do, because if any of those 7 shots, quick shots that you saw Kat do during the 30 FPS had been late or missed at all, it would have failed. She would have had to have resorted to a 2 cycle or the long death animation. That right there is probably the hardest strat in the entire run in terms of like a single boss strat, because of how crazy tight the timing is. But the boss is coming up like March 2 is also very difficult, so trust me, it gets spookier. But that one right there is like intense, and she pulled it off. That's crazy.
Yeah,
Oh
that
my
was perfect, dude.
The
well
two
done.
things I messed up during the race are now going well.
Redemption. Yes.
Redemption.
There you go, perfect. Someone want to splice this run over the old one in the race. It looked pretty great. I would lose.
Yeah, you would have lost the race.
Actually, don't do that. Let's not do that. Actually.
No, you can still keep your victory. It's okay.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm all right with losing.
Till next time.
Also,
That's
you
so-
did a great job during that run.
Thank you.
Yeah, I had a really good time during GDQ, and honestly, thank you, Ecdysis, for having us on again. RE7 is I know this gets said a lot with communities, but honestly, RE7 probably has like my favorite community of all of like speedrunning in general.
Yeah, I've always enjoyed it myself, and it's a fun game to run. I enjoy watching it, I enjoy playing it, so all good ways around. Plus, you know, Thanksgiving is tomorrow, so family's quite fitting.
It is the
True.
perfect game.
It
Yeah.
Someone
really
also asked
is.
earlier, I do want to mention, someone asked, why not add in Village? Village isn't a Thanksgiving game, it's a Father's Day game. So when Father's Day comes around, we'll be back.
It's true.
It's true. That's a
family, but
good
it's
one.
for Father's Day. Yeah, that's
Exactly.
perfect.
There's
game.
different families. That's the difference.
I love it.
Although by that same logic, technically the next game after RE7 also is a Father's Day game, but don't worry.
Yeah, that's fine.
So we made it out of the main house. We finally did it.
Yeah.
And we're actually going to repair the broken shotgun, because for those who don't know, the broken shotgun is actually far better than the other shotgun. I think the damage values are actually quite like the difference is quite considerable.
Yep,
Yeah.
it's about 200 damage per pellet
Mhm.
of a difference between this shotgun and the garbage pea shooter that is in the house that we do not want to use. This gun is, if you don't include DLC, is the strongest gun in the game.
Yeah.
Yep.
It also fires faster than the other shotgun, so it allows us to just dump damage in, which is
Is there a way to get
fantastic.
It's a very it's also just a very satisfying shotgun.
It
Like,
really is.
I
Yeah.
don't know what it is, like just the way it
Alright.
shoots and
So
like
where
how
is it?
fast it can shoot, and
Oh,
plus
yeah.
with the reload cancel, which you'll notice we do that quite a lot with the shotgun. It's just so nice.
So if we get this
Yeah,
thing,
very, very nice. I mean, if you shoot the other shotgun, it actually feels weaker. Like, it sounds weaker. I'm sure how long it's been since you guys have used that gun. I recently used it in the DLCs. It is just disgusting. It's not even a gun.
I think it should just stay with the statue.
I agree.
All right, now we're gonna be making our way to Old House. Now we have the shotgun. I pick up that specific gunpowder for later on. You can pick it up. Some people actually pick it up after Old House, but I prefer to pick it up before Old House because you have time to do menuing during Marge's fight. But it is all, you know, like I said with menuing earlier, everybody has their own different ways of doing things.
Yeah, I, for example, do pick it up after Old House and make it later. It really is just up to preference. As long as you do it during downtime, you're not like actually losing time for it, then it's like totally fine.
Yeah, that's the nice part about this inventory. You're utilizing all your downtime to sort your inventory out, make sure that the next section you're all good for. We're gonna say hi to Marge here.
Hey,
No
Marge!
big deal.
Hi, Mom!
Hello.
It's very nice of her.
Just to touch on the themes real quick, there's some definite themes going on with this family, and that's very much dev intended. So Jack is meant to be an homage to slasher films. Marge is kind of like body horror and bugs and creepy crawlies. And Lucas, who we will see later, is the psychological horror element. And the devs,
Jigsaw.
yeah, he fancies himself a jigsaw. He's not quite as omniscient as our boy, but
Yeah, that shadow puzzle's the hardest shadow puzzle in the game, and do not listen to Niddle if he says otherwise. That
it is
shadow
the
puzzle.
easiest puzzle in the world, my dude.
Dude, that puzzle's actually so easy.
No, you just messed it up too. You can't say that.
Okay, look, it's been messing up recently because I'm rusty.
They're
I'm
lying.
blaming it on
It's
the
the
rust.
hardest shadow puzzle ever.
No,
Yeah.
I'd like to say the third shadow puzzle is the hardest.
Yeah, seriously.
Let's be honest.
I've put in the Albert for the second shadow puzzle, and it takes it, dude.
I don't know what it is. That puzzle.
I wish
like.
I would just say, no, we can't take that. But no, it literally will take, like, those shadow puzzles will literally take anything.
Yeah, you can put any item on the pedestal and just see the cool shadow it makes. It's cool that it actually like models out the shadow and everything, though.
I wish I had gotten this magical shadow puzzle patch that you guys apparently got. Because I cannot ever get that shadow puzzle, like, at first try. It lines up, and maybe it picks off, and then it's like, no, sorry, bro, not today.
Yeah, I've actually seen it. It's like 1 pixel off for Zeke, and it rejects it. I don't know what the deal is.
All right.
Cursed game.
Let's hope Marge doesn't notice me here. So sometimes Marge will notice me, or notice, and she'll just notice you, and basically, yeah.
Yeah. So there's a little crouch strat. Oh, you want to get it?
Yeah, I should get it.
Yeah, there's a little, like, you kind of do a little crouch as you're approaching Marge, and it tricks her AI. Marge is canonically very hard of sight. She can barely see a thing. That's why she has to carry her lantern around. So when you do the little crouch, for some reason it tricks her AI. She doesn't actually see you. You can go, like, super wide to get that to work, but it's obviously not as fast as just taking the diagonal. But you risk having to deal with the bugs, as you saw, and it wastes a little time. You close the door behind you, and it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, I mean, you'll lose, like, at most, maybe, like, 5 seconds, 5-6 seconds, but, yeah, it does suck when she does notice you. Like, as soon as you hear her voice line, you're just like, oh, man.
Heart sinks. It's like, come on.
I did it the same thing I did last time. How did you notice me now?
Yeah. And sometimes she's in a different spot when you walk into the room. It's very strange. She's on a global cycle or something like that.
Yeah.
Hardest boss fight right here.
Yeah, here's Marge 1. And there she goes. Oh,
sorry.
but now there she goes.
There
She goes. Yeah, I don't know what happened there.
I think you got trolled by the shotgun spread a little bit on the first shot.
Yeah, it's all good.
That's the only downside of the shotgun is it has spread. Whereas, so if like you're holding, like reticle isn't completely covering, sometimes like you'll miss half of the damage of a shot, which kind of sucks, but it's easily recoverable.
Yeah, it's kind of important with the shotgun to aim down sights where you can, but
Yeah, I think I was aiming a little too high there.
Yeah.
But yeah, sometimes you obviously you want to hit like center mass for a lot of like the enemies and stuff like that, or you want to like aim directly like in the middle of their head. Otherwise, if you aim too high or aim too low, the spread can just be a little awkward and not hit exactly and do enough damage like you intend to do, right?
I don't know about the though.
So shotgun spread kind of sucks,
No,
but
not yet.
that was
I
just
still
my
need to
mistake.
check the second floor here.
I messed up.
Marge 1 is a huge pushover. She's very little health, 1500 health. You basically take care of Rinsey. Now this is slanted skip. I do not approve of what you're all about to see. I'll say that for the record here. Now this is a skip where we look at the ceiling and we trick the game into thinking we went upstairs and looked at an interaction, and then we actually skip that and skip a transformation of Marge to jump right into the pit.
The way Cat sets, so the way I set that up, which is definitively slower, is I look up at the ceiling and then I look into the hole where I'm about to drop, so that way I can kind of line myself up. The way Cat does it is just the boldest thing I've ever seen, and it always makes my heart drop because I'm not sure it's actually going to work, but she gets it every time. I don't understand.
It's
I don't
consistent,
approve.
I'm telling you.
I've never approved of that since day one. I was like, nah, I don't like it. It scares me, and I'm like, you know what? Whatever.
She just YOLOs it.
I gotta add the horror, man. Alright.
Yeah. March 2. You
Yeah,
got it.
March 2, take it away.
Yeah, so this fight, Captain holds up with 4 G17 shots on March and then 4 shotgun shots into her head. And what she's going to do is turn around and trick March into spawning behind her. Fast window spawn.
Oh, yeah, I missed that shot. It went right through her. Oh,
March
that's
is a pain.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, so what March does is like there's a lot of crazy like animations and phasing cycles that we kind of have to play around. And basically March can't die when she does these frames. So Cat's got the distractor down here. I'll be quiet so you can hear her.
Alright, well, yeah, March 2, sometimes she just does this thing where she just doesn't want to play nice. Oh, she's not there. That's unfortunate. Where?
I think she was on the upstairs outside wall.
Yeah, where are you, ma'am? Ma'am?
Yeah, it might be upstairs far wall.
Yeah, like out here to the right.
weird.
Yeah, there
What?
she is.
Ma'am, you are never usually here.
Yeah, she has wicked iframes. Iframes is a common theme in this game in a lot of spots. So essentially, she can take damage during those iframes, except she can't die. A lot of bosses need to be in sort of a neutral animation for them to die.
This is the most.
This is wild.
Yeah.
Dude, she's trolling me so
She's
bad.
trolling so
Yeah.
hard. She just leaped back 3 times. I've never seen that.
All those leaping animations, for example, are iframe animations, so it's kind of rough.
Get over
Good
here.
guy right here.
Yeah. There
My
we go.
goodness, man.
She was at 1 HP for the longest time there. That was actually insane.
Yeah,
Yeah, 'cause
Marge
she
is
can't die on the
awful.
stairs.
Yeah, Marge.
Yeah.
So Marge, the way we try to do that fight is we shoot her in the window, we bait her to spawn, and we kill her, and we force her to jump down the stairs, and we kill her at the bottom of the stairs. If anything goes wrong, that's why I said this is the second hardest fight. If anything goes wrong, she's gonna leave. You cannot kill her at any point until she's either not in an animation, and not climbing, and not on the stairs. She has to be stationary and on the ground. It is garbage. And very familiar, if you were here a couple weeks ago and you saw me run New Game Plus, I had a very similar thing happen.
I was there.
Very similar thing, yeah. Niddle was there, it was bad. That's exactly what could happen. That's the New Game version of what happened to me last week. So
Yeah.
that's hard, way harder than it looks. So you kind of
Yeah.
have to chase her around and swing a knife at her because the unfortunate side effect of New Game is you don't have infinite ammo like New Game Plus does. So you kind of have to switch to your knife and let it rip.
Or you hope you find some ammo laying around, but yeah, it's kind of the worst thing. There is multiple different ways to go about Marge in that fight, anyways. However, that is kind of obviously the most optimal strat you'd want to do. However, if you do want to go for like a more safer, consistent strat, there is a different one where you don't use the pistol right away and you just use your shotgun times at the window and then bait her to the main room near the gate. But yeah, usually I do that one for marathons because it's safer. But I decided, you know what, I'm going to actually try to do this strat, and yeah, it's okay.
It's worth mentioning the March 2 strat is actually really new. Like within the last few months, I want to say. We didn't always spawn her in the window. We used to go downstairs, have her spawn in either the ceiling or the floor, and then take care of her like that. But the spawn in the window strat was recently discovered, so it's very brave to attempt it in a marathon, certainly.
Yeah, definitely very, very difficult. I think the game caught on because Kat had an exceptionally
I know,
good
right?
house. I think the game was on to you.
I think I was on PB pace before all that occurred. That really sucks.
Yeah,
it's like the game knows when you're on a marathon and you're on PB pace.
Yeah, exactly. Now Marge is the gatekeeper of marathon PBs. And so is Niddle, but that's a different story.
I'm sorry, dude. It was for a good
I'll
cause.
never get over it.
Yeah, unfortunately, sometimes during March 2 as well, you get like ghost shots, where for whatever reason, like I said before, if you aim too high or if you aim too low, for some reason, the gun's just like, oh, you mean you want to shoot behind her?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's kind of
okay.
weird how the hitboxes work. I one time I was so salty about it. I went frame by frame and I looked at the area where the crosshair was and the area that I was shooting and like where Marge was, and I was like, how could this have missed? Like 90% of the crosshair was over Marge. There was 10% off of Marge, and the bullet managed to go in the 10%.
Yeah,
It's
sometimes it can be like that, which is exactly what happened to me, because the reason why she hit me after everything was because I didn't do enough damage to her. So yeah, if you don't do enough damage, she decides to be difficult, and if you do enough damage, you know, you win. But it is what it is. It is what it is.
Unluckily, is that she also spawned early. And on New Game Plus, you love it. On New Game, you do not. Your shotgun does not load that fast.
Yeah.
So you have to turn, and it kind of spooks you. And Kat had to take the shot fast because you run out of time. And she would have hit her, and it would have thrown it off even more. So that threw a wrench into the whole thing. Also, 30 FPS. Forget that guy.
Yeah, we just phase right through him. And the snake key is right there. Another big time save for the censored version. Usually you have to reach into the dude's neck. It's rather gruesome. It is cool, but it's pretty hard. Oh.
It's okay.
Troll door.
Yeah. Yeah, the doors in this game can also be kind of trolly. Specifically that door and another door on the ship later on. They just like to do what they want and not cooperate or open fast or, close on you.
Yeah. You'll
Yeah,
notice this in
doors.
both 7 and Village, where some doors open really slowly, especially if you like push into them, and other doors you can kind of like fling them right open.
Yeah, doors are the hardest enemy in the game for sure.
True.
They're very brutal.
So, since we did the out of bounds, we already have the red key card, which is what you would normally come down here to do. You would solve this clock puzzle, you'd go down the passageway, and that would take you to the room that we were in after the out of bounds. But we don't have to go that way. We still have to solve the clock puzzle, otherwise the game soft locks, because it knows that we didn't hit the trigger. But since we already have the red key card, we're good to just head up to the attic and get the blue key card. Heading on to the Lucas section.
Oh,
And the hardest shadow puzzle ever.
Oh my goodness.
It is. This is actually...
It really is. All memes aside, this is the most pixel-perfect PC nightmare shadow puzzle, because you want to do it fast, and you are not allowed to... That was insane.
Wow, nice.
Yeah, that's basically the fastest way you can do that. It's very sensitive.
Like you
very
just
sensitive.
slight right and then slight up. Like you don't.
I still set it up with the keyboard because I'm so afraid of messing it up.
Oh yeah, I don't use my mouse at all for that. I just use I do use the mouse a little bit, but yeah.
I was gonna say that had to be some mouse. That was so fast.
Yeah, the key. It's just once you find the proper setup for it, it really isn't too bad. But for the longest time, that one shadow puzzle was the bane of my existence every run, because I was like, okay, how do I, muscle memory? How? Where? Work, please.
It's a rough puzzle, because that and like any other interactions in the game, when you mess it up, the game really wants you to sit there and think about what you've done. And you lose a lot of time when you misinput stuff in this game, because it's like, you know what? No. Sit there, and I'm gonna make you feel stupid, and then you get to do it again.
Yeah, it's probably the most painful thing with Village is even worse when it comes to interactions, like failed interactions, because the game will make you sit there for like 15 seconds going, hey, so you know that thing you messed up there? Yeah. Think about it.
Yeah.
Think about what you just did.
And then it haunts you while you're going to sleep. You're like, oh man, I can't believe I messed up the music box. Oh my god.
The red split is just
Oh my god, or
burning
the
your corneas.
bandage.
Yeah. Oh, the bandage. Oh no.
Yeah, there's a specific part of Village where if you mess up a certain interaction, I believe it's like that's the 15-second one I'm talking about, where it's just if you mess it up ever slightly, and especially since it's like if you look at it the wrong way, it's like, yeah, no.
Yeah, interactions are actually really strange in this game. If you ever experiment with it, like if you stand at the max range from a item that you're supposed to pick up, where you can just barely see the hitbox, if you sort of turn the camera left and right, you'll be able to hit the hitbox from either farther or shorter away. So effectively, the direction that your camera is facing changes how far Ethan can reach, which is a very strange sort of concept, but you do have to get used to it for certain pickups, like the bolt cutters. It's easier to pick that up on a diagonal, and
yeah, if you like don't look directly at it, but like look kind of to it's like kind of look at it from the left. I don't know. It's very weird. It's hard to explain without making it sound very convoluted, but yeah.
It is convoluted. Let's not get it twisted.
No eye contact with the key items whatsoever. You just mash and you run. You don't even look at it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you hope to God that you heard the pickup noise, and you move along with your run.
Yeah.
Did I get that? You find out 10 minutes later, you in fact did not get that.
What do you say? Yeah, that's a thing that happens.
So here's our jigsaw.
Our little jigsaw. For some reason, we
Waste of a
decided
good
to.
TV.
He's got loads of them, dude.
CRTs are a dying breed.
It's true, especially with the built-in speakers. That's probably a nice thrift shop find, dude.
Yeah, I'm saying. We got the boom room. Got a whole bunch of bombs the cat's gonna shoot before she even comes close to them. To be able to do this with the G17 is hard, because the G17, the reticle of where it's gonna shoot, it isn't where it's gonna shoot. It's more like a recommendation.
Yeah, it's a suggestion
It's
of
like,
where
yeah,
the bullet
it's
may
gonna
go.
kind of go there.
Yeah.
That bomb you have to block, but all the other ones are nice, quick gamer shots.
Fucking password.
Cat is gonna be a part of FaZe Clan someday with this kind of FPS gaming. But yeah, good shots.
Those shots, there's like one particular shot where you have to like angle it at the door. Like you have to angle it very weirdly to get the G17 shot off. Zeke uses the shotgun for that specifically.
Yeah, the spray-less shotgun makes that considerably easier for me, and I'm just like, I just hang with that, take the -1 of the shotgun shells, and just kind of roll with it. You also saw Kat drop a bunch of items into the item box. She did that actually in a very specific order. That is going to lead up to a part at the very end of the game, and it's critical, actually, to make it work. So you'll see that come into play later.
I got so nervous there. I was like, I missed the first one. Okay, shoot and block. Whoa.
What?
Strange cycle. That's weird.
That
He
was...
did that thing where he interrupted a Molten can do what's called cheap shotting, where they basically hit you instantly, but they're intangible when they do it, which means that they'll fly right through you and Ethan won't get stopped. Very rarely, a Molten can cheap shot and stop its own cheap shot and hit you normally. This happens frequently in Madhouse, where you'll get cheap shot, but you'll get hit down because the Molten did that, and that can happen sometimes in easy, which is what just happened to Kat.
Thankfully, I just blocked it, so it's not a big deal.
That's
but
a good
yeah,
reaction.
Good reflexes. Yeah. So this is the Fat Molded fight. It's relatively straightforward, despite all the hype that Lucas is giving it at the moment.
Yeah, this fight's gotten some changes too, actually.
Yeah, actually, I was gonna start explaining it, but this isn't the strat that I knew.
Yeah, so the fight's changed. That is actually, it's a lot harder than it actually used to be. You used to just like shoot him 10 times with a pistol and that was it. I found a way to do it with the shotgun and with a couple shots of the G17. The only problem is at the very beginning of that fight, if you shoot the Fat Molded too early, he will start choking himself out, and when he enters that animation, it's complete iframes, and the fight goes on its head. So it requires some pretty like precise timing on the shots. Once you get the first four. Yeah,
basically,
you
you have to take the shots slow. If you take the shots too fast, he chokes himself out. If you're too slow, then you're too slow. But like you have to find that right amount of time in between shots, so that way that doesn't occur and you get the full amount of damage. Because when he's choking himself out, yeah, he just doesn't take any damage during that time. So it's like, oh, okay, that's nice. I guess I'll just sit here and watch you for a moment. All right, my favorite room in the game, even though it's the same puzzle answers every time.
It is a very cool room. This whole section is very awesome. I'm a fan of escape rooms. I know Kat's a fan of escape rooms. This whole thing is one big escape room, and it's very spooky. And Lucas talks some garbage, and there's a lot of really cool things in the room. A lot of puzzles to figure out how to get out. A cool thing that Niddle actually found was there is a direct reference to Resident Evil Village in this room.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's a water stain, and it's actually the hag
Right there.
from Village, which
Right there.
I called it out on Twitter before the game came out. Just saying. But this section is really fun. I like this section just because it's like a lot of quick inventory stuff. And going back to the inventory, you can basically like one frame all of these inventory interactions where the inventory menu will barely even be on screen. And part of that is because we do drop all of our settings for the most part. Other than having shadow quality on low, which makes the shadow puzzles virtually impossible, we usually drop the settings pretty low.
Yeah. Basically, we put it on full potato mode.
Yeah, but this maximizes the FPS, lets us move faster, lets us do more damage with melee swings and stuff like that. So
yeah, it takes out the ankle weights for sure when we put it on potato graphics. But even though we put it on potato graphics, it still hurts our computers. Don't ask why.
Yeah, I know, right? It's kind of crazy.
The lag, for whatever reason, this game likes
Strangely
to lag
optimized.
randomly, or
Yeah.
like if your FPS is too high, you just witness the game having a meltdown.
Yeah.
Oh god. Yeah, that's when the game runs at over 350 FPS for too long, you'll actually fail to load in audio assets in the game, and it's specifically audio assets. And the game has a lot of triggers. We talked about those earlier with the out of bounds. We have to do the clock puzzle and all that fun stuff. The game ties certain triggers to audio. Specifically, the biggest one is in the old house when you open up the box and you get the right before the landscape to interact with that item. And that little beep will trigger, but the audio asset failed to load at the start if your FPS is too high, and you'll soft lock. And it's so sad.
There's a few weird spots where that can happen, and it's partly to blame because this was the first game on the RE engine for Capcom. So it was a brand new engine, brand new concept. The first 3 Resident Evil games are fixed camera angle. Then you have the third-person camera angle games for the next 3, and 7, 8, and presumably 9. You have first person. So it's like a series of trilogies where they were trying new stuff in each trilogy.
Yeah, and fun fact, RE Engine does not stand for Resident Evil Engine. It actually
No.
stands for Reach for the Moon.
Which I thought. I mean, it's like a double. It just means 2 things. I don't know.
It's only used in the RE Engine, or wasn't it used in the most recent DMC?
DMC 5 it was used.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is really funny because it's like, oh, this used the RE engine, and we're like,
Yeah,
oh,
and
Resident
most-
Evil engine for
yeah, right.
for DMC. Okay.
Most people would assume RE engine on a Resident Evil game would stand for Resident Evil engine, considering,
Yeah, I think they also use it for Monster Hunter World as well.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
But yeah, this engine is probably like the most CPU intensive engine. Like for like the processes it uses, it definitely can be a load on the CPU.
yeah.
Yeah, Capcom had the hard read about us not being able to buy GPUs, so they're like, let's not even use it.
Right here.
Yeah.
It was actually also using the ultimate. What was the game? Ghosts and Goblins, the new
Oh,
one.
was it? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh
I
wow.
haven't gotten around to playing that, so I had no idea. That's cool. I mean, this engine is beautiful. Like when you max this out to like 4K graphics and everything.
So after we make the serum, what's next?
Yeah,
It
this
is
game
actually a
can
gorgeous
look
game.
really good, and also we play with the brightness cranked way up just to make things easier. So, that's why some of the colors look a little washed out and stuff. But all in the sake of saving FPS, save the frames, save your time.
Speaking of frames,
Yeah.
let's talk about Jack's eye range. Every time.
Jack 3.
Yeah, Jack 3. We use nothing but the shotgun for this fight, mainly. But we have a lot of timing based around things. So we want to shoot the Undertale eye there first. So we want to reload really quickly, come down here. We bring him to cycle, shoot his eye. Basically, you're waiting for him to cycle so you can shoot the eyes consistently without bugging into any iframes, which can definitely suck and make you have to reload again. There we go.
Nice.
But
I
for
love
the
this
most
fight on the
part-
game. It's so clean.
Oh yeah, it's probably like my favorite fight, just because it's one of those fights where it's really hard to mess up. And there you go. That's Jack 3. Very simple, very clean.
Yeah.
Jack, that was a really good Jack 3. Like, if you guys are watching and you're wondering why some eyes took more shots than the others, is like, we mentioned iframes, but also eyes have health
Yeah.
values on Jack. His 10 eyes, Jack eye took up 1500 health. His arm eyes have 1200 health. His side eyes have 800 health, and his under eye and under tail eye both have 500 health. So, different damage values for all of them.
Yeah.
I've seen everything.
Well
We
done.
got through probably the harder parts of the game. There is some hard parts coming up, but yeah. When you thought the game ended here,
Yeah, right?
Right?
like, oh, this is the final boss, right?
It does feel very final bossy. Yeah.
Yeah. But no, the game is it's basically the halfway point. Or 3/4 instant. Anyway, most people this is halfway point if you're casually playing.
Are you alright?
I mean, basically, it's for the speedrun too. If you really think about it.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
feel like
well,
they're half hour.
true.
I guess a 33% remaining of the run, but there's, we come at a crossroads of this is how you get exposed as an RE7 speeder. Who do you vote? Who do you save on your first playthrough? It tells a lot about you. I saved Zoe. Zoe's biggest.
I'm pretty sure I
There's
saved
only
Zoe
one
my first playthrough, and
There can't just be one left.
I wish I could pick
The
Zoe
hell are we
because
gonna
my
do
hedgehog's
now?
name is Zoe. But unfortunately, Zoe's not fast, even though she's a
It's fine.
hedgehog.
Nice.
She's even got the hair,
Go.
kind of like she's got like the
Both of you
spiky
just go.
hair, basically like a
with us.
hedgehog.
If
Yeah.
Zoe were
I'm
a
sure there's
person,
someone who can
That is
help.
definitely
she would be
Zoe.
Zoe. Yeah, I could see it.
Accent and all.
Yeah. She's just like a country girl.
But yeah, this is kind of a pseudo-choice sort of thing. A lot of people accuse this of being phoned in. I'll have you know, I watched a developer commentary thing, and they said that they had actually planned it from the start, but they didn't want it to be too big of an influence on how it changes the end of the game. So, if you pick Zoe here, you go through the same events, you still wake up as Mia, you still have to play through the ship, but at the end of the game, something different happens, and you'll have to play it to find out, I guess.
Yeah. There is a specific reason why we do pick Mia, though. Essentially, well, for those who have seen an RE7 speedrun, you all probably are well aware of why we pick Mia. But for those who are not aware, we pick Mia because it does save a lot of time, and it
Thank you.
causes us to skip an entire boss fight. So if you were to pick Zoe, you'd have an extra boss fight, extra dialogue. So by picking Mia, you skip all of that collectively, and then
Mia,
save. But what
I know
was
you've
it,
been
like
through
a
a lot.
minute and a half?
About it's actually about 1 minute, 45 seconds.
something to do with
For
this,
like it's like 15 seconds on top of this cutscene, and then 45 for the boss fight, because you actually get just a garbage. You get a crowbar to fight her with. It's like Gordon Freeman style.
Freeman style.
Yeah, you just like swinging a horrible weapon. It's just worse Mia too, and it's sad when it we'll pick it sometimes for fun if we're on a dev run or something, or for incentives and marathons.
We go this far for dead runs.
If I'm really mentally boom.
Yeah, fair enough.
Zeke is trying to avoid it, but one time he was doing a marathon and he was running New Game, and he was kind of on world record pace, and I may have forced him to pick Zoe, thus dooming the run to never possibly be a PB.
Yeah.
It was for a good cause though, so
Yeah, it was for
mean,
charity.
Even if you got world record, I don't think it would have counted. Well, I guess it would have counted.
Yeah, he says I was kind of. I'll let the class know so there's no confusion. I ended that run 55 seconds off of record, so I would have recorded by 5 seconds. So I'm not saying that. I'll remember that forever. And Niddle is on the list.
I'm sorry.
That was like
I'm so sorry.
an iconic moment, all right?
Ethan?
Yeah.
Just accept it at that. It's one of those moments where we'll never forget it,
You've grown as a person.
and we'll never stop laughing about it.
So, so now we're Mia, and we have to save Ethan. Roles are slightly reversed.
Yeah, so even if you were to pick Zoe, you do still play as Mia. Don't know how, but
Yeah, very confusing.
I still get very confused on how that works, but it is what it is, I suppose. But yeah, so now we're going on to the cargo ship. This, I collectively, like this part here anyways, I find it's more of like a lore dump section. It does drop a lot of lore on you, like a lot. There's a ton of stuff to read, and it also has like a lot of flashbacks and such, like right about now. So it does do that here and there periodically, and there's one VHS tape we do need to watch. There's actually a few VHS tapes you can watch in this. However, we only use one. Because if you don't use it, then you don't progress.
Yeah, this is the one required VHS tapes, VHS tape, singular. And it's kind of a shame, because I really love the birthday tape. Like, playing through the birthday tape
Oh, yeah.
the correct way is actually really fun. But, yeah. So we're mostly just running around hitting triggers. There's going to be a little bit of inventory stuff that goes down on the ship section, but it's pretty straightforward because our inventory is largely empty for this.
Copy one. Copy
Yeah,
two.
these dudes are exactly
Control
the same.
C, Control V.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go this way. Maybe we can get out of here.
The
Nice.
ship is for the longest time, for about the first 2 years of RE7 speedrunning, the ship was considered to be the easiest part of the game. It still arguably could be considered that. I'm inclined to
I'd say
disagree.
for new game. For new
Yeah,
game, it's
for-
definitely a lot easier. But for new game plus, oh my goodness, the shots
Yeah.
you need to take.
It gets a little bit different since for the first like year or two, the game didn't have anything going on here. But in the tape, it actually has one of the single most punishing skips in the game if you were to miss it, called the Alan 1 skip. You'll see. You'll also have the Alan 2 skip later. That's the extent of what you need to do on New Game. On New Game Plus is a little bit more. You have to do both of those, as well as a pretty crazy kill on a molded in an elevator. But on New Game, we just spray and pray, and you'll see Cat come up to that soon. But those are the big skips you're gonna have to look forward to here in the next few minutes. Is Alan 1, which is a dialogue skip, which is very tight on timing.
If I
and
miss
then
that, I swear.
oh, that's the one of the skips of the game where you miss it, and the game really makes you think about it.
Yeah, it's 16 seconds, and you know this because Mia looks at a watch that counts to 16 seconds
It's
during the
basically
call.
the game makes you, and it won't let you leave the room. So the
Yeah.
game basically lets you sit there and wallow in the lost time as you watch the timer go up.
Which is just the worst.
It's like
like,
quite
oh,
literally, you
yeah.
get a call from someone you don't want to talk to, and you accidentally answer it. It's like, oh man.
Yeah, it's one of those. It is a very hard trick to do, and it's a very hard trick to do fast. It's not like that hard to do if you're really taking your time with it, but you do need to do it quite quickly in the second half. I think Zeke and I are probably some of like I don't know. I don't know, but I haven't seen your Alan 1 skip in a while, Niddle, so I don't know how fast you take it.
I take it pretty safe because Alan 1 is I mean, especially if I'm on PB pace, but like I'll YOLO it if I'm already down and I'm like, let's see if we can squeeze an extra half a second out of this, at the risk of losing 16 seconds. There's a lot of like gambles that you have to take. It's like with any speedrun where you're balancing doing the thing that's optimal with doing the thing that's not gonna kill the run. And Alan 1
losing 30 seconds or
Yeah.
17 seconds versus
Alan 1 is
losing
like
a second.
the prime example of that, I would say, for sure, where
Yeah.
you have a big choice of what you can do with it and how fast you want to do it.
Too far gone anyway.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know that me and Zeke are kind of a little risky when it comes to Alan 1. We tend to just like flick very quickly and it's done.
Serves me
But I haven't messed it up in a while, so I'm not gonna talk too highly of myself on this.
You got this. No problem.
Band-aid, right? I treat it like a band-aid. I hate this part of the game because if you're on PB pace, you're like, I just need to get through this part for the love of God. And you come up to Alan 1, and it's literally the make or break.
Yeah.
And so I'm just like, whatever, dude, let it rip. And you turn, you mash F, you turn, you walk out, you close your eyes, you pray to God you hit it. And then if you did, congratulations, you live until Alan 2.
Yeah, and if you mess up Alan 2, yeah.
Yeah. Another
Walk of
10
shame
seconds.
back to guest house.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, so we're gonna be doing the skip real quick here. Hopefully.
So the way the skip works is the cat needs to be in and out of this room immediately after interacting with that pile of mold, just like that. It looks
Perfect.
incredibly fast because that was really fast.
That's way faster than me.
Yeah. But like Cat lined herself up with about the halfway point between the mold and the door, more towards the door. And she spun, interacted, and after opening up the door already, she ran out. For some reason, the game gets confused. And it's like, you're out of this room already. It's all, you didn't even need to do the phone call. And it just skips it. Otherwise, you have to talk to Alan. And we all hate Alan a lot. So
Yeah.
no one wants to talk to him.
Yeah, Alan is he's a piece of work, that one.
Yeah. He mostly exists in this game to waste our time. Oh, speaking of wasting time, this guy.
Get
Most
out!
dramatic death.
Yeah, that's an Oscar winner right there.
Oh.
Whoa!
Goodbye!
My people need me.
He was up.
That's so funny. Usually they their body gets a little contorted and stuck in the elevator, but that was great. I don't know how. Yeah, I feel like I'm not gonna have enough ammo for the second half of this, but it's cool.
There's that ammo pickup after you turn the door. I think you can grab that. It's like right there.
Yeah, I usually grab that, but sometimes it's usually waiting for the elevator part.
Oh yeah.
So we scooped up some bombs. Cat's gonna put
That is
down.
so
Yeah,
unlucky.
what was that cheap shot?
Yeah,
That was like a
double
That
double
was a
shot.
double cheap shot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, well, pray.
Yeah.
That's fun. Great. Thanks, game.
So Cat's gonna
Yeah.
put down a bomb for later. When you first start learning this run, it's a really hard habit to break. Like, you know, the instinctive need to press R when you're playing any FPS game. You don't want to press R here because Capcom decided R stands for detonate. So if you press R, the bomb that we set up for this very specific trick will explode. So that's a bad
Yeah,
move.
so that's why usually a lot of runners will have their knife out instead, just
Yeah.
so that way they don't oh, I should probably reload. I'm low on ammo.
Right.
You can't reload a knife. You wouldn't download a car.
She's making
Oh, hi,
So-
Alan.
Alan's gonna talk to us. Alan's kind of boring. We don't really care.
Are you okay?
And hopefully.
No.
No. Oh no.
No.
So what was supposed to happen was the doors were supposed to open and we were supposed to get flung through.
I was too far away. Oh no.
I would maybe take this slow.
Yeah.
Oh, you were so close
Or
to that
just
bomb.
YOLO a bomb. Oh
So
my
close to
god.
that bomb.
I there's a heal right here. It's fine. Oh, that was unfortunate.
Don't try this at home, kids.
Yeah, so the thing that can go wrong with bomb skip is not only can you not get blown through the door, but considering you're detonating a bomb at your own feet, it can do a fair amount of damage to you. And because of that double cheap shot, which is really rare, like I've never seen that dude go like that. It put Cat at a pretty low health. So we haven't had to mention it yet, but Ethan walks slower when he's in critical. Anytime he's below 300 HP, even if it's 1 point below 300, he walks slow until he regens. Or Mia also, until they regen
Mia's
back up to
slower
300.
regenning, I feel.
Yeah, I think this whole section down here, she won't regen until she gets into the elevator.
Yeah, so thankfully there's a heal right there that you can just snag if you are a little bit low on health, but yeah, that double cheap shot really put a damper in that. If
That was
I
kind of wild. Yeah.
didn't get the cheap shot, I would have been completely fine, even if I did mess up the
Nice.
Juke.
Yeah, so even if I were to get that, mess up the bomb skip there, I would have been fine on health, but yeah. It is what it is. This ship tape is probably every runner's, hope it goes right, but sometimes it just goes horribly wrong.
Yeah, the worst part about this is it's one big split. There is no, there are no splits during this part, so you don't actually know. We have an amazing auto splitter made by super talented Cursed Toast, but there are no pointers in this section for it to auto split on. So you just have to, you go into it and you're like, I hope I didn't lose too much time, and then you come out of it and you're like, oh, fantastic, either sarcastically or not. You know?
Yeah. Even practicing ship tape, it's a little bit of a headache considering the reset, the retry points for a lot of the sections you want to practice, especially say Alan 1, for instance. You have to go through certain cutscenes over and over again. It has its moments, but it's not too bad. If you just take your time and try to really line yourself up with certain things, it's not too bad. The reason why the bomb skip went wrong, I think for me was simply I was just too close to the door and I wasn't close enough to the bomb, which is weird if you think about it. You actually want to be kind of close to the bomb so that way it pushes you through the door, but yeah. I was a little too far away from it. And
Yeah, a thing about that is getting double cheap shot there actually increases the chance of it failing, because if you get put into critical, your chance of getting knocked down is higher.
Yeah.
On top of that, I think to note, if you are going to ever run this game, new game double door skip or bomb skip is doesn't actually stay that much time. It's only about 3 seconds to 4 seconds, and it's because in the new game you don't have the walking shoes. In New Game Plus, you have the walking shoes, so it's a considerably higher time save. Whereas New Game, you're already super slow, so it doesn't change anything. So you're only going to be losing 3 to 4 seconds, so that whole part is, like they said, very annoyingly difficult to even practice.
Yeah. All right,
And
the only
here's the
cutscene we can skip.
Yeah, the one skippable cutscene.
And it's the good-looking cutscene.
I know, it's a shame because it's the one cutscene rendered out of engine, so it's basically a cinematic that's playing. Next to the credits are also a cinematic, so you can actually skip that one. And I think the reason for that is because with the VR design of this game, they didn't want to like throw the player outside
Oh
of
god,
the
that would
gym.
have been so nauseating.
Right? That would have been the worst. So I think in the VR version, that plays just like on a screen for you, right?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
But even, well, the only time I've ever played this game in VR was specifically to speedrun it. I was just like, oh, new game, easy, VR percent. Nobody's run that game yet, or nobody's done the speedrun for that yet? Oh, sure, I'll take it. So I did it, I think I did 2 runs and was just like, yeah, I'm good. Super cool experience in VR, but there's out of bounds in VR, just want to say, very nauseating. Not very fun to do. But yeah.
It sounds brutal, especially stuff like the out of bounds, like getting spun around by Jack and seeing Marguerite and everything. Just VR in this game is a trip.
Yeah.
It's very cool, but it's speedrunning it does not sound exciting.
Going back to the development, like claustrophobia horror was sort of their leading
It's definitely
theme.
claustrophobic.
Yeah, so
in
like
the
playing this in
VR.
VR, having stuff in your face all the time, and being in cramped quarters where it's sort of like, even if you've been there before, like in VR, it's disorienting, you know.
Mhm.
So it's like,
It's super cool though,
Yeah.
just to be able to play it in VR. It's kind of unfortunate that RE8 wasn't in VR, but I can understand for certain things of why.
yeah.
Ejected.
I messed up.
So that
yeah,
door-
that door just likes to close on you.
Yeah, once you get a certain range away from that door, it goes into like its auto closing animation for whatever reason. So we call it God Door. It's a like 1.5 second skip at most. And basically, you go into the room not far enough so the door doesn't auto close, and you get out without the door closing in your face. But the door certainly likes to close in your face.
Yeah, it could be. It's definitely a sad door. On the topic of VR that they were talking about a moment ago, if you didn't know this, fun fact, the game also released with a 4D candle. And this 4D
Oh yeah,
candle...
let's hear about that candle, Zeke.
Yeah.
You have very much experience with it, I've heard.
I love... Okay, so I wanted to get a Resident Evil 7 4D candle because they don't be manufactured anymore. The candle is it's a scented candle that you would burn while you would play the game in VR. It adds a fourth dimension, if you will. It's very cool, awesome. I waited years to get one. I finally got one a few months back, ordered it, and it melted on the way to getting to me. And you don't know the level of sadness that will overtake a man when you open up a box and it's just full of very bad smelling Baker House wax because they wanted to smell like the Baker House, and it's
Did your house
sad.
smell like
Yeah.
that candle for a while?
Oh yeah, it's in my closet. I'm not touching it. It's still there. It's gonna live there.
But the question is, have you ordered a second one yet?
I have ordered a second one just a few weeks ago, and you know, from the same people, because they got another one in, so you know, it surely won't happen twice.
Oh my god.
Zeke
No, you're
really
good this
just
time.
wanted that candle. Like,
Really
really
want
badly
the candle.
wanted that candle. I mean, I would be pretty down to have that candle just as a collector's item, but like, at the same time, I don't really want to go through the experience of, whatever you just went through.
I got a spare one in my closet right now, actually. Funny that you mentioned you
No,
want
you
one.
know, you can keep that one.
I was gonna
That
say,
one I heard is
remelt it
melted
back into a
and-
candle.
Yeah, exactly. I should just do that.
Oh god, that would smell so bad.
Oh, yeah.
So anyway, we basically finished the whole ship section
Yeah, we went on a tangent
while we
about a
were on the
candle.
tangent. But for the most part, it was just some basic inventorying. We have to get a fuse, we have to get a power cable, so we go upstairs, and then we go downstairs, we get what we need, head into the elevator, and now we're on our way to our loving husband, the man, the myth, the legend, Ethan.
Yeah, it's the once you get past the ship tape, it's basically point A, point B, and
Yeah.
very basic.
A lot of people get turned around in this section when you're first learning the game, and I can understand why, because it's sort of like it's optional which direction you can go. There's multiple ways to tackle the objectives that you're trying to get to. So
It's actually very funny because whenever I watch somebody casually play through this and they're lost, I want to help them. But anytime they ask for help, I'm like, okay, where are you? Like,
yeah,
I've
it's
even
like
backed around because I'm so used to going one direction with it.
it's like we don't go in this room. I have no idea. I've never seen this room in my life.
Like I'm on the
This
third
room
floor.
exists?
Like there's a third floor. Like
Yeah, it's quite quite jarring if you're like not used to going in other rooms. Like sometimes for 100%, you actually do explore a little bit more of the ship, and by a little I mean like a little, not a lot. But you do get to see a little bit more, and it's very weird and jarring. Like, oh yeah, this room. I remember this from my casual playthrough like 5 years ago.
also, this cutscene is my personal favorite cutscene in the whole game of the ones you're forced to watch. This cutscene is so good because it's like you got like it's really touching because you get to see Jack as like a normal dude, and like his daughter is there and everything, and because he basically sits here and explains that they're all under the control of Evelyn. He never would have hurt Ethan and all that fun stuff. And the people who are under the influence of Evelyn are in this room. So you have Jack, who's still under the influence of Evelyn, Zoe Baker, also still under the influence of Evelyn, and then Ethan. But you'll notice that like Mia isn't there, Lucas isn't there, and Marguerite isn't there.
What do you mean? She's right here.
Yeah, she's right there. That lantern represents Marguerite because she's actually the only one actually dead right now. And then Ethan is still infected, Zoe and Jack are as well. Lucas is not. Play the DLC and you'll find out more about that one. And Zoe obviously got the serum injection and she's no longer under Evelyn's control. So this is kind of like
We'll
the
find
hub.
out more about Zoe later.
We will.
You find her.
But
and
yeah.
Jack.
Yeah, and Jack.
And a special guest.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this cutscene kind of fills you in on like it kind of connects the ties of what's going on and allows you to understand a little bit more of who the Baker family is and what happened to them, and that they're really just an innocent family that, you know, their hospitality was taken advantage of, and you know, they were just trying to be, you know, Southern hospitality, good loving family, Thanksgiving dinner, you know, the whole jazz.
They got mixed up in this bioweapon business.
Yeah, they really
your
got. They really got the short end of the stick. If you play, there's a great DLC. All the DLCs to this game are amazing, but Daughters is an exceptionally perfect DLC. It's very short. It's part of the banned footage DLC. That one will really make you love the Baker family and hate Evelyn, simply for how like perfectly put together it is. As we talked about what happens right before RE7.
No time.
So highly recommend the DLCs for this game.
Find her.
I like how she just stands there,
Take this.
like
She's chilling.
just menacingly waiting.
Spawn camping.
What are you doing?
I think because you're not supposed to really see her until she like walks forward. I'm pretty sure you're actually not supposed to pay attention to her at all until she does this little walking movement. But
Yeah, that's definitely the case. And we're supposed to be fighting. If we'd picked Zoe here, we'd be fighting Mia right now, actually.
Yep. But instead, we pick Mia, so we get kicked out, and Mia has her own little party with Evie without us.
No boys allowed, Pepe hands.
Sad. Sad moment. Okay, so now we are Ethan again. We have control of Ethan, and we are making our way to the salt mine. The salt mines is probably, I'd say for new game, is probably a very relaxed moment.
Yeah.
It's not intense at all. It's very chill. New Game Plus, different story because there's a lot more weapon swapping, but it's just shotgun from here on out.
Yeah, shotgun is beautiful in the salt mines because it's a very wide hitbox. You just kind of like taking a stroll, you let it rip, very Duke Nukem style.
Yeah, it's after the stress of like Out of Bounds and Jack 2 and Jack 3 and Marge and everything. It's kind of nice getting to this section of the game on like a PB pace because you're like, all right, we just have to coast and maintain. Other than like
There's
one
like
or two,
one thing
yeah,
left that we have to hope goes right, and if it doesn't go right, then well, that's just kind of poopy. But for the most part, if you're on PB pace, like most runners anyway, if they're on PB pace and they reach this section, you're pretty much in the clear.
yeah.
Ooh, except if that happens to me.
Yeah.
He's gonna hit me too.
Yep. You had to say it, didn't you? You just had
No,
to say it.
if
There
he
you
doesn't
go.
hit me
You're good.
beforehand, he'll always hit me. He'll always hit me there. Which is it's fine. I'm just
Button
hoping.
skip. That is a time save.
Yeah.
Yep.
That
That
animation does end early if you get hit while doing it.
So Molded can get on the elevator. Now that we're past it, we can safely talk about it. It's probably the most tragic thing that can happen in a run. But if the Molded are on the elevator, you're not allowed to interact with the button. And since the only weapon that we really have is this flame round, which we need to use right here, there's no real recourse for us other than retrying the section, which is obviously not optimal.
Yeah, it's very. I haven't had it happen to me. I know Zeke.
Zeke's had it happen. I've had it happen.
I've never had it really happen.
Get
I
on the
don't know.
elevator.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've lost records to that. It's rare, but it's one of those moments where it only happens if the molded hits you as you're getting in.
Yeah.
And if you get hit, there's a chance he won't get in. And on my most recent NG Plus record I got a little while back, I got hit and my heart sank. You have like a panic. You freak out, and then you go to try to start the elevator, and if he's there, it's sad. You turn around and you just take it like a champ, and you just go back to guest house. And
Yeah.
you can't recover. It's actually an unrecoverable moment because you can't kill them with the flame round. They won't die. They'll all drop to their hands. And it's
And then they just crawl at you. That's true.
Yeah, and you're stuck in the elevator. It's tragic.
Yeah. So there is literally nothing you can do if it happens. Jeez.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal. And earlier at the Lucas section, I mentioned that Kat put away items in a specific order. It is for this moment right here. Kat's gonna pull all her items back out while that box does its magic. It's a 3-second time save because we have a downtime while that cooks for her to grab her items. And the reason she put her items away in a specific order is so that right now she would have the grenade launcher and the shotgun equipped. So that she can go through the salt mines without having to go back into her inventory and swap everything out. And it happens that way because of how she has to pull it all out.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's another way where you can have the pistol also in your item slots. However, you don't use the pistol at this point, so there's really no point of moving or like putting the inventory in the box a certain way to get that. Besides, the usual way to get the shotgun and the grenade launcher. Right?
Yeah.
Exactly. And this is the best retry in the game.
Yeah, you gain so much speed from this retry. I don't know why, but it's just gotta go fast, I guess.
It's the RE Village retry, as I'd like to put it recently, because you start running as fast as Ethan does in RE Village, which is crazy fast.
Yeah. I might need to grab that heal.
You have the time to grab it before the thing breaks.
That's what I'm thinking, because I'm like, I feel like I'm a little low. I did get hit twice, and I'm just worried about prevalence.
Yeah, if
I
you
usually
double
grab
blast, it could be pretty bad. So yeah, I would. You can shoot the boxes after you come through the hole, and then you just double back through. It's pretty. You got it.
Yeah.
So as we all know, Resident Evil 7 is a Metroidvania, and this would be the part at the end of the game where you're Samus running through the ship on the escape. This is it. Nobody can argue with that.
Yeah, no, it's actually true.
I say that kidding, but the devs actually were inspired by Metroidvania type games when they made this. So they wanted Ethan to have that feeling of slowly getting more powerful until the end of the game where you're like, yes, now I have everything I need for this final boss fight.
Yeah, it's this whole. I didn't even see you grab that. That was crazy, but
yeah, that was really fast.
This the hard part about the salt mines, and a lot of people don't know this. I only recently learned this from Diddle when I picked up knife only. is your health does not regenerate in the salt mines. So if you get put to critical HP, you are stuck at critical HP until you get to here.
It's very unfortunate. I've had it happen quite a few times, especially when all the molded just decide they want to hit you that time.
Yeah.
Yeah, cheap shots are brutal right there.
It's sort of arbitrary how the health regen works, because Ethan will return to his cap of 300 HP if you give him enough time, but in some areas he just won't heal, and I have no idea why. Maybe to pressure the player or something like that, but it's a very odd choice. Yeah.
He just doesn't want it. He can't make him.
Then he can die.
Perfect.
Now it's Mommy's turn to kill you.
Just like Paula Rhodes, she'd be very impressed.
Yeah,
That voice line.
Yeah, Evie, all the voice actors in this game, I can't, like, say it enough every time. Like, they all did such a really good job.
Big agree.
I'm not.
Yeah,
playing.
and even with RE8 as well, they all did a fantastic job with that. And being able to actually, like, sit down and have a conversation with the voice actors about, like, how their experience was with RE7 and, like, RE8 and everything is such a cool experience.
Yeah. They're really involved with the community, which is awesome.
Yeah.
Love to see it.
Evelyn. This is the Evelyn, potentially one cycle. You're gonna see Kat block a hit, and she's gonna try to do an injection.
Oh!
Nice. Wow.
The second blast. Just like that. I don't know how you did that. You're cheating, by the way, but
I don't know how that worked. I was so far.
Yeah, so the blasts can knock you on the ground if you're not blocking. So the first one we have to block. The second one, if we get to her in time, we can just zip over and inject her with the necrotoxin, and it's all good. And that's what we call the EV1 cycle.
It
and
just kind of like pulls you in, which is very, very satisfying when you get it, because it's like, oh, thank God.
yeah,
At this point, you're pretty much like, okay, final boss, and we're good.
yeah. This is one of those gambles where if you're on PB pace, you have to make the decision last minute if you're going to play it safe and lose like 3 seconds, or if you want to go full ham, full turkey, if you will. And and go for the one cycle. And if you fail, you lose about 8 to 10 seconds. So it's like, do I willingly lose 3 seconds, or yeah. And now we're shooting a face on the wall.
yeah, this is a boss fight. I'm using your quotes. You can't do this.
Yeah,
but-
I feel like on VR it's probably pretty cool. Like, it's you just shoot the face.
It's a set piece more than a boss fight, admittedly. And by this point, you're so stacked with ammo and weapons and stuff that, honestly, she doesn't have enough HP to justify how loaded Ethan is at this point.
Yeah. But there is 2 parts of the boss fight. This just so happens to be not really that much of a rough spot, because you just sit here until she picks you up. I will say though, they did improve on like the final boss for RE8. I feel like the RE8 like final boss was very well done in comparison to this.
I would agree.
She's great.
Yeah, so Marguerite, or Evie, or sorry, yeah, Evie, we love you and everything, but you need to step up your boss game.
True.
Yeah.
Alright, time's gonna be coming up very soon, when the screen fades to black. But first, we're going to pick up the Albert, which is really funny during New Game Plus, because you already have this weapon.
That's a new game plus setting. You can't use that or the run's invalid.
But this one has a laser sight.
No, I'm telling the mods. But she is a mod.
Yeah!
4 shots. Hey. GG. Aside from like obviously Marguerite trolling you, that was a very clean run.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
was insanely good.
Like, if Old House was a little bit more kinder to me, I probably would have gotten a really good PB. But it is what it is. It happens. Marge can be like that.
She really do. I know it all too well.
She really
And wait for it. Time.
Yeah.
Clap, clap, clap.
Big clap.
GG.
GG.
Gee.
Really
Awesome.
great
That
run.
was Resident Evil 7 New Game Easy Any %. hold on to your butts, though. We still have another run coming up, and we also have another run after that from Jewel. It's going to be a great time. So yeah, and thank you to my commentators, Captain Ezekiel and Needle, for being amazing and sitting here with me. I wish Mar was here as well. Shout outs to Marforia. She is also lovely. She would have been here today, but unfortunately it is super late at night for some people. So yeah, huge shout out to her as well.
Yeah, man.
All right. That being said, so the plan right now is we actually do have more RE7 coming up. We're going to be doing an additional run, so if you do like this game, don't go anywhere. We have more on deck. Before we do that, though, a couple things. One, Cats, do you have any, if anyone wanted to find you, where can they find you?
You can find me at twitch.tv/catlink, or you can find me on Twitter, catlink. Pretty much all my handles are the same. I do full-time content creation, and I also do all horror games. I'm very cozy, I promise. It's a very cozy time with some spooks, but yeah, it's very fun. If you want to come check it out, yeah.
All right.
136, not bad.
Hey,
Not
good
bad at
time.
all.
Not bad.
It's really good.
Nice.
All right, as well, while we are setting up for the next RE7 run, it'll be a short break just so we can get that set up and we can stand up, touch our toes, and all that jazz. We're going to be right back very quick, but before I do go, I just want to say that GDQ Some of Best Segments has launched on YouTube. It's a highlight channel with regular videos like our main channel, but with the small highlight reels for all of our main events and hotfix. Use !highlights in chat to find out more. We'll be right back. All right, we are back from the break. It was a quick break this time, all nice and good. And like I mentioned, the fun of RE7 isn't over quite yet. I believe, as you can see, we're going to be doing something additional called End of Zoe. This is a DLC campaign that came out later, which can best be described as, I guess, family boxing. The game. Anyway, Kat, if you'd like to take it away, you're still our runner here, so feel free. If you want to reintroduce, go ahead.
Hello, everybody. My name is Catlink. I am back. Hi. Good to be back. I don't know. I kind of kept this run a little bit of a secret because I actually just picked it up. So, prepare yourselves for absolute chaos. It should be a good time though. It's a pretty fun run to go through, and of course on commentary is again Captain Ezekiel and Neil.
Hello.
What's up? Like we've been here before.
I know, right?
I feel like I just saw you guys.
It's almost like it was like 2 minutes ago or something. Anyways, we're gonna be doing New Game Easy, and we're gonna start in 3, 2, 1. Technically, we don't start until after the cutscene, but it's fine. All right.
Joe Baker.
Good old End of Zoe.
Joe Baker. So we're basically playing as Zoe's uncle, and we're gonna be just using our fists 90% of the time.
Yeah, you may know Chris is the boulder puncher, but did you know Joe is the molder puncher?
Oh my god. I've never heard that.
Yeah, so you're going to notice some interesting mechanics with this. There is a specific combo you can do to pop the molded's heads in optimal fashion. There's actually a few combos you can do. There's like a little guidebook that you pick up in the game.
Guide is wrong.
Yeah, there's a little guidebook that like misleads you into how you should be executing the punches. But there's sort of a right, left, right pattern, and
yeah, and if you mess it up slightly, it just doesn't want to work at all.
Yeah.
So you have to like stop what you're doing and like stop punching altogether, and then redo the combo that you were supposed to do. Which sometimes it's just faster to just keep punching.
Yeah, totally.
But yeah, this DLC it's a very short and sweet. Nothing too crazy. It is a lot linear than say and Not a Hero, but I don't know. I really like Joe as a character, and getting to see Zoe and
just let it work.
crocodiles.
Yeah, it's Joe is actually super cool, super badass character just in general. Just the way he behaves and how everything goes about in this DLC, because he's just trying to save Zoe, and there's going to be a returning character. You will see in a bit. He makes a reappearance quite a few times. We're not going to tell you who it is just yet. But you'll also notice in some sections of this, you're probably wondering why Kat didn't just go and break the door and run through instead of killing all those molded. It's because the game forces her to. She has to kill some enemies in some areas in order to proceed. So you'll see a few areas where she'll have to do that.
Yeah, there is quite a lot of game will not let you go before executing all these enemies in this one space. Please do that before breaking this door, because for some reason the door is invincible.
Yeah.
Inside of that, like I don't know, it's a little strange, but oh hello! No! Oh,
He has
our
such
Lord
a
and
cool
Savior.
design in this, I swear.
Oh yeah, it's so sick. This man.
I actually really
Unknown
like
origin.
the
This
whole
mystery man.
crystal design that they have going on with.
Oh yeah.
Zoe.
I feel like the end of Zoe model here could have been a great figurine, like a collectible.
Oh yeah, for sure.
That'd be so sick.
I haven't seen a cosplay of this Zoe, but that would actually be sick.
Really cool.
Yeah,
The white hair too really pulls it all together.
Yeah.
Looks fabulous. Hi. Bye. It was nice knowing you. I'll come back next year. I'll bring the cookies. I'm sorry I didn't bring them this time. He's very upset I didn't bring the cookies. Exactly why he burned the place down.
True. How did he burn it down? You ever wonder that?
It's a good question.
Did he bring a lighter? Like, where does he have no? He has pockets, surely.
Yeah, I don't know how or why the place burned down, but it just so happened to burn down, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like I mentioned before, I did recently pick up this run. I had learned it in the past, but this is like when it first came out, like, what, 3 years ago? I think it was very brief. I think I did a casual playthrough and was like, I'll try the speed run, and then I was like, that's a lot of clicking. How I like to compare this is basically it's like knife only, but add extra clicking. Like a pattern of clicking instead of just mouse 1. You're doing mouse 2 and mouse 1.
Yeah. Actually, the thought of running knife only and having to do like a rhythmic clicking actually sounds horrible.
Yeah.
It's a very tedious thing. Like once you get used to it, it's like okay, it's not so bad, but it does for someone with arthritis or whatever. I have carpal tunnel. One of those things. It hurts.
Yeah.
Gamer hands, as we
gamer
like to call
hands.
them. Yeah, it's a chronic case of gamer hands. You know, it really affects the best of us.
Yeah. So I can't do categories like this for very long, but it is a fun little category. I've been enjoying the short runs lately.
This is it's surprisingly optimized, partly because it's short, but also because of the punching mechanics. So, like, theoretically, there is like a perfect end of the Zoe run where you get all of the quick kills every single time as fast as possible. Also, stealth kill mechanics, which
yeah, that's the thing in this.
Kind of interesting. But yeah, so it's one of those games where, or it's one of those runs, I guess. Where it's sort of easy to pick up because it's a straightforward route, but it's very difficult to optimize. Nice.
Yeah, these ones, for some reason, they like to jump back and just go away for whatever reason, and it's like, oh, okay, I guess I'll just sit here and try to come catch you, I suppose.
Yeah, the enemy AI in this, it works a little different from main game in how enemies will sort of like attack you. And here's our boy.
This whole DLC was such a, like, you would think that the punching of enemies would like be such a jarring change of pace, and in its own right it a little bit is, but it's actually done very well. And like it feels not bad, and it like feels perfect. It feels like it fits like really well into the, like, even if you consider main game and how you played as Ethan and everything, and like it actually feels really good.
Yeah.
Nice. So these crocs can actually insta kill you.
Except for that one. That one just goes away.
Yeah, that one dips out. I don't know what his deal is.
He saw what happened to the first one, man. He was like, no way.
You know what? Never mind. I choose life.
Yeah. So we can do a quick block, just like that, to avoid the insta-kill, and we take a tiny bit of damage, but it's not a big deal for Joe.
Yeah, on Joe Must Die, though, it's a little bit of a different story
Oh,
where
jeez.
if you were to get hit like that, you would die.
Yeah, Joe Must Die is actually kind of ridiculous. In my opinion, it's
I heard
harder
he
than
probably should die, I guess.
or Ethan Must Die.
Yeah, Ethan Must Die is not too shabby. I never did a speedrun of Ethan Must Die, though. I think I did a quick casual thing of it, and it's actually pretty fun, though. I honestly, like we said before, the DLC for this game is actually fantastic. And there's so much of it. Like, there's actually a lot of DLC for this game specifically, in comparison to games like the recent games where there's not really much DLC going on, which is
A lot of
very
really,
interesting.
really good DLC. If you want if you want to feel what it's like to run Ethan Must Die, just flip a coin. It's basically the same thing.
Yeah, pretty
It's
much.
a whole lot of RNG.
Yeah. Yeah. So this DLC, there were a few, just to talk about the chronology of events here. So main game happens. We played through main game. Not a Hero would be the next DLC that happens chronologically, and then a few weeks later are the events of End of Zoe. So Not a Hero sort of explains what happens to Lucas, and we get a little bit of Chris action, even though he doesn't really look like Chris at all. And End of Zoe goes over what happens with Zoe, just to sort of tie up the storylines.
The Zoe lines, if you will.
The Zoe lines. I like to call it End of Joe, unironically.
A lot of people actually mistakenly call that because they think that's what it's called.
Yeah. Like, we're playing as Joe, but but it's End of Zoe.
But Zoe doesn't end, so I don't get it.
Oh, nice spear. These spears are really satisfying to use, because for the most part, they're a one-hit kill.
Yeah, it's very, very nice. I think if you get them like without them acknowledging you, it's basically there we go. Sorry. That menu tends to trip me up because going from new game or main game to DLC, the menuing is slightly different with how your muscle memory, right? So your muscle memory tends to toy with you a bit, especially like the bomb is all the way on that side where on main game you would go down and right for enhanced ammo, I believe. But yeah, it messes up a little bit. But that's okay.
Definitely different.
Are you guys ready for WWE?
I'm ready. This fight is so I don't know a whole lot about this run, but I do know how this fight works. Kat is looking to one cycle this fight, which requires a certain amount of damage to be done to this boss to skip basically a second phase where you have to fight him longer, and where you would do like a Batista bomb, if you're familiar with the Batista bomb, to finish him off. But instead we want to twist his head off.
You're going down, brother.
Yes, the cream with the crop.
The
And there we
cream
go,
always
that's
rises
a-
to the top. GG.
And that's the fight.
Yeah, there's actually a lot of really cool animations you can do during this boss fight. There's like...
What's that? Like, he does like he gets behind him and he does like, I don't remember what
I
the
believe it
Batista
is.
bomb.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
yeah,
believe that is the Batista bomb.
That's
Yeah.
the Batista bomb.
It is not optimal, but it sure as heck looks cool.
It's where you
yeah.
pick them up and you slam them down on like their head or whatever.
I'm not well versed with wrestling terms, so bear with me. But yeah, it's one of the moves that Leon does, but I can never remember the actual.
Oh
name
yeah,
of
he
it.
does that in 4, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I
Leon
do
does
remember
it
that.
before. That's why I'm like, I can't remember what the actual name of it is. But
It has a lot of different names. The RKO, the Batista bomb.
yeah.
You know, it has a lot of names.
The
I'm not
Leon
gonna watch
Kennedy.
wrestling. The Leon Kennedy. His head's back. That's cheating.
Yeah. I don't know how his head became reattached, but you know what? It's fine. We'll just go kill him again. But first we need to get into this boat. Yeah, so there's a lot of like boat sections going from like place to place. Next up is going to be a swamp area, which is probably the most tedious part of the run, I would say, outside of the final boss fight, but it does require a little bit more pipe bombs, spears, and killing enemies to get to the next section with the doors. There's a lot of doors in this section. But if you're not quick enough, some enemies will reappear, and you're like, oh, great. I can't go through that door now. That happens.
Yeah, the spawns in this game are actually kind of odd how they work, where if you walk past certain areas, you can actually prevent enemies from spawning. So, like, there's that one section on the bridge, and I think there's a molded that doesn't spawn if you skedaddle across fast enough. But it's like,
if you're really fast, that big arm molded will not spawn. But if you're too slow, he'll just appear. So yeah, you do want to get through certain parts very quickly, so that way you don't have to, obviously waste time. But
Naturally, you do want to go fast. It is a speed run.
That's the ideal for a speed run, I would imagine. I mean, there are some speed runs where you kind of have to go slower.
Yeah, I mean, we had to do that during the main game run with like the fat molded boss fight. We had to be slow.
True. Yeah.
Exactly. But yeah, I mean, this was a little bit. This was a pretty fun run to pick up. Like the DLC runs, even Zeke, you yourself have picked up quite a few of the DLC runs as well with Daughters and I believe Ben.
Yep.
Yeah.
A lot of fun.
They're very differently sort of paced with like different sort of focuses. I would say like Not a Hero is kind of like the run and gun, and this is like you have a crazy combo system with the punches, and the enemies are less traditional. You're not fighting as many molded. You're fighting alligators, crocodiles.
Rocket Smile.
Hit me there, but
I believe these are gators.
Yeah, these are gators, right? Louisiana, right? It's gotta be.
Yeah, it's gators.
Our little gator family. Alright, so I'm gonna pick up a health there, just in case.
One thing you guys aren't really seeing from this, because it's a speed run, and I like it because it adds a little bit of great character to Joe Baker, is the way he recovers health in this game mode. You can obviously make heals, but you can also just eat bugs.
Yeah, he finds like little centipedes and wood grubs, and
he just
and he
pulls
loves
them out of trees.
Yeah.
Happy
Like
Thanksgiving.
Yeah. Make sure you get a plate of wood grubs for Thanksgiving.
Yeah, absolutely.
Speaking of which, my favorite part of the story is how Joe Baker had no idea there was a virus and he just didn't go outside for 4 years while his family was dying.
Yeah, he sees the giant military wall thing and he's like, what the heck is this?
He literally lives like a block away too. It's not like it's like far or anything. He just finds, I think, Zoe in the woods running away. And it's like, Zoe, I can't believe it. I haven't seen you in years.
What's
So
going
come over
on
and
here?
hang out, like, he's like, you don't know what's going on, Uncle Joe. He's like, yeah, man, I live in a shack on the water and I don't even have electricity. Like, what do you mean?
Yeah, and Joe has some great lines about the government. He's not a fan of the Black Ops situation going down in the swamp.
He really is
Oh, he's
Shrek.
like Shrek, yeah.
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, also, we were talking about it earlier when I was going over this run, is Joe Baker's hands are an item that he has equipped.
Oh, damn it.
Oh.
No! Yeah, there's a little bit of a situation where if you fall off a ledge, you have to go all the way to one spot just to get back to where you were.
A good old climb of shame. Yeah.
Oh, please be
The
dead.
punches are so satisfying.
Oh, why are you
how
not
did you
dead?
not
Whoa!
with the spear?
Whoa! What?
Wow.
The way he ragdolled there was insane.
You made him go full scorpion.
Yeah, so this is the enemy.
Yeah, this guy is not technically supposed to spawn.
Yeah, it's fine though. We'll just punch him. Yeah, that part was definitely not the most optimal way to do it, but it's fine.
It worked.
You got to see the crawler mode and bust the dance moves at the very least. So.
Yeah, that was weird. He did like a weird like static thing. But yeah, one of your items is your hands. For whatever reason, the game's just like, yeah, we're going to do that. It's gonna, even though like it doesn't make much sense because you would use you can like literally put your item on any weapon slot and it still works. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's like a weird way to get around giving you the ability to technically, you could set your fists on 3 if you wanted it for some reason.
But even though if I go to 1, 2, or 4, it still works as a...
Yeah, you can actually be unequipped and it still works. Yeah, it's very strange to see. I feel like Capcom was working with the limitations of their brand new engine.
Yeah. Also, we get to discover our little friend, Dad!
Old Man Jenkins.
It's Jack!
He would have gotten away with it too.
It's a Scooby-Doo mixed with Shrek.
It's Jack.
Yeah, Jack is back.
Jack is gonna be putting us in a little coffin and shipping us out to sea.
You can definitely tell it's Jack by the size of the schnoz. That's a real giveaway.
He's got a very recognizable nose.
This is such a good boss design.
Jack! Let me the fuck out of here!
He's like a weird Cthulhu type guy.
Get me the fuck
You want to know a little fun fact? Your move. So I looked at the XYZ coordinates during this scene. You actually move underwater during this scene. Like, it's not a cutscene camera trick or anything. Like, they actually put you in the water. Like, you're literally moving down. I realize it's very nerdy, but I thought it was interesting.
I mean, I think we're pretty much sweaty nerds at this point. It's fine.
Oh yeah.
We get fascinated by that sort of little details.
I love like behind this like what's happened to you? Out of bounds like camera cuts where it's just like you can see certain weird little things out of bounds that
people disappearing and reappearing.
Yeah. Yeah, I love little janky behind the scenes things when it comes to game development and just like just that sort of stuff, and like mocap and like all the voice acting and like all the work that's done behind scenes versus just seeing what you see. By the way, you guys like the Power Glove? You remember that? Anybody?
Infinity Gauntlet.
That or the Infinity Gauntlet. For the younger people, the Infinity Gauntlet. For the older folks, Power Glove.
The Power Glove. It's so bad.
It's so bad. I actually have a Power Glove. Oh. But yeah,
this is one of the coolest weapons in perhaps any Resident Evil game.
It's so sick. It's like just the charging to like let it rip. You punch down doors you couldn't break earlier and stuff like that, and like everything dies in one hit. It's super dope. And then hey, look where we are.
Hey, it's the old house. This damn place again.
It's where Marge trolled us no more than an hour ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Power Glove, or I think it's the M8, AM8 or something like that. I don't know. Either way, the Power Glove is what I like to call it. It's very overpowered. In New Game Plus, you would actually use 2 of them, which is kind of wild.
Yeah, you pick it up at the start and you just kind of run around charging both your fists. I like to say it looks like Joe is riding an invisible motorcycle.
Yeah.
There's also a weapon called, it sounds really cool, called the Spirit Blade, but it sucks. It's garbage.
Yeah, it's a cool looking sword that takes enemies' health, but it's not practical. And this is our final boss fight.
Yeah.
This is a very specific boss fight, I must say.
Yeah, it's actually really like hard. Like, I don't think I can do this. You have to dodge a lot of what Jack's tentacles are doing, like on his arms, and do certain punch, obviously combos that you have to do in the whole run. But now you're doing it on a target that's moving it won't go down in a few hits. And then when Jack gets the stagger, you gotta do a charge punch on his head to get as much damage as you can on him. And then he goes flying. It's a lot of repeat of like that cycle. But on top of just having to dodge the whole time to keep up the combos, doing as fast as possible, is certainly not easy by any means. Jack will jump around like that, and then Cat will have to juke that hit. Very hard.
There's a lot of it. And it's all very random on how he decides to just decides to move, which sometimes he'll throw a punch, sometimes he'll do the tentacle thing. Charging.
This game, like this DLC is really good, but there's actually the DLC that actually made me a little sad because it's just the way Joe talks to Jack Baker during all these scenes. Like Joe kind of talks and reminisces about them being kids and stuff.
Yeah.
Like how they used to fight when they were kids, and it's kind of like sad. I talk about Jack, like how Jack used to be. He's like, what have you turned into? It's really depressing.
Yeah. Joe at one point he says like, remember when I broke your nose when we were kids or something like that.
You know?
Yeah, and now we're actually going to hang it up.
Maybe there's a reason Joe isn't invited to Thanksgiving.
Farewell from family, brother.
The schnoz has meant the same sense.
Look at that slow-mo. Oh, it's so good.
Oh yeah,
We punch his head clean off his neck.
All right, time's gonna be coming up, and once we fade to black essentially, and the cutscene comes up.
You gotta be all right now.
But yeah, Joe did all the work, saved Zoe, and what does she do? She thanks Ethan.
Wake up, Zoe.
Time.
GG.
I'm fine.
Very, very well done.
That was
Yeah.
very fun.
This run is very quick. It's very short, but it's also quite a fun little run to, you know, if you're a little tired of main game, it's definitely a different change of pace, which is nice.
Down.
Also,
Weapons
Chris.
down.
Who, Baker?
It's all right.
Baker,
Not
no?
my Chris.
You must be Zoe.
This guy doesn't look like he's punched a single boulder in his life.
What the hell's asking?
Joe
yes,
Baker
Chris
is who
Redfield.
Chris Redfield wishes
Been
to
looking
be.
all over for you.
True.
We're here to help.
But yeah, I find it very funny in like one of the cutscenes coming up where Zoe just decides to call Ethan, doesn't thank Joe, no, doesn't thank Joe for going all that way, just, you know, getting the serum, you know, healing her, all that stuff, keeping her safe. No, she doesn't thank him. No, she calls Ethan and says, "Oh, thank you. You didn't forget about me." It's like, what?
Yeah, it's such a weird,
No.
shift.
Down somewhere. It was still
This is a really fun. It's like it's one of those runs similar to main game where it's easy to pick up. You can like learn it, you know, in a weekend or whatever.
I
But
literally learned it within 48 hours.
Exactly.
Probably less than 48 hours.
so it's easy to pick up, but then there's a lot of like tech and strats
Yeah.
that go into it, in terms of the punching combos, in terms of inventory stuff, combining your items, picking up stuff. So it's a really fun run. I would definitely recommend it.
Yeah, it's a banger.
Yeah.
You didn't forget about me.
You didn't forget about me.
And I always keep my promises.
Ethan, shut up. You did
I
nothing.
always keep my promises.
Hey, Ethan, wait, she doesn't even know you, bro. It's been like 2 days or something.
Yeah. Yeah. So that was End of Zoe, new game, easy. Thank you very much, Igdices, for having me. It's been a really fun time, and of course, again, thank you, Zeke and Niddle, for the amazing commentary. It's always a good time, you know, hanging out with you guys.
Yeah.
But yeah, again, if you want to find me anywhere, it's /catlink, pretty much on like all platforms, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, stuff like that. And also, please go check out Captain Ezekiel and Needle, please and thank you. They've been such a great service to this, just to this game in general for RE7. They've put a lot of work behind, you know, Knife Only, New Game Plus, New Game. And I'm just really proud, you know, I'm really proud of you guys for breaking this game.
Thanks.
We're proud of you.
Yeah.
Yeah, this speedrun community really is like a family, and like if you're looking to pick up a game or you like what you saw and you're interested, definitely reach out, check out the speedrun.com leaderboard, check out the Discord and all that stuff. But yeah, thank you guys so much.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right. Well, and thank you all again for being here, and thank you, Kat, for doing the run. That being said, we're going to be going to our last game of the night. We do have one more game coming up. Before we do that, we're going to be getting that ready. So we're going to be right back very quick. This is the time to stand up, touch your toes, stretch your legs, do what you need to do. As well, AGDQ 2022 will be starting January 9th to the 16th. Visit gamesdonequick.com for more information and detailed dates on the event. We'll be right back.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, we are back from the break. Welcome back, everyone. That was a wonderful series of runs from RE7. It's always a classic game and really does emphasize the ideal of family. And speaking of the ideal of family, we do have one more game for you tonight. Also, before anyone does ask, yes, I ended up changing my shirt. The sweater was boiling me alive and it made my nose bleed, so I changed. Anyway, continuing onward, our last game of the night will be Devotion, truly showing the devotion not only to family, but to the grind of speedrunning. Our runner for Devotion will be Jewhorse, so go ahead and take it away.
Hello，大家好，我的名
Howdy.
字是 Jewhorse。今天我们在玩一个游戏叫还愿。Oh wait, English? Oh, my bad. Hi, my name is Jewhorse. Welcome to Devotion. This game is one of my favorite games of all time. I love this game. It's a 2019 game. It recently got re-released on their flagship website, which is Red Candle Games. You can't get the physical copy, but you can get the digital copy on their flagship website. But yes, this is a Chinese game. This is a Taiwanese game. It talks about family. It's really a fun game about family, and it really hits home a lot for this game. And I also know that what is Thanksgiving tomorrow, I think, or
Yeah,
today?
we're actually for some on the East Coast, it's already a midnight Thanksgiving, but usually people celebrate around dinner time.
Yeah. Also, I'm from Singapore, so for Thanksgiving, I'm thankful for one, Igdices, and two, all of you guys on in chat for GDQ. So yeah, time will start. In 3, 2, 1, go. All right. So this is a 2-minute cutscene. All right, I'm just gonna emphasize this because the last time when I ran this game, that was like almost a year ago, back in January this year. I ran this game a year ago on almost a year ago on the same show. I did say 1 hour 30-minute cutscene, but I want to emphasize this is a 2-minute cutscene. Basically, you're playing as a guy named Du Fengyu, and you have to. It's like a kind of like a devotion kind of thing where this guy is actually devoted into taking care of his daughter named Du Mei Xing. Fun fact: Mei Xing is beautiful heart in Chinese, because Mei is beautiful and Xing is heart. So yeah, there's that. We got this intro right here, and this intro is just talking about good life. Mei Xing, which is the daughter, having a good life, good whatever it is, good studies, whatever it is. She's trying to get a really good education, also a really good future up ahead with the whole. Is it contest? Yeah, it's a contest, a singing contest.
Yeah.
She wants to be like her mom. I don't remember what the mom's name is called, but I only know like the dad's name and the daughter's name because
Li Fang.
Li Fang, yeah, Li Fang. So those two are like the main characters of the game. Three actually, because of the mom also gave some like how you say stuff to the daughter. I don't remember anymore. It's been a long time since I played this game, and yeah, this game is highly optimized. It's a game where you have to go from like point A to point B, but then there's also routing involved as well. I think recently, I think it was like, what?
Oh, go ahead, finish sentence first.
Oh.
I'll finish after.
Oh yeah, okay. I'm gonna wait for this part to end.
Oh, that page, I just might think really quick then. I was gonna say while we're waiting for the cutscene to go out, I know you might not know too much about the culture of American Thanksgiving, but for those of you who do celebrate Thanksgiving in chat, what is your favorite Thanksgiving food? Personally, I like stuffing. Stuffing's nice. Well,
Stuffing's cool.
Yeah.
What was I about to say? Oh yeah. So recently, like about maybe a year ago, I think last year, there has been like a few routing changes and stuff like that because in the past there has been like routings where you have to go into like 6 rooms in like chapter 2. Chapter 2 is the most important chapter in this speed run. So basically you have to go from like the speed run is just basically going from point A to point B. But with the whole routing change of the second chapter, you have to go into like I think the 5 rooms instead of 6 rooms. I'll talk about it like later on, but basically you have to go into like different rooms to actually get a few items, main items for a door. But yeah, right now we are just going into this door, and oh, there is an umbrella right ahead. Did you know that umbrellas are actually bad luck?
Are they?
If you open it, yeah, if you open it up inside like an apartment, it's actually bad luck. Yeah.
I did know that.
Yeah, I didn't really know that until like recently.
Have you?
So I'm gonna turn back right now. There we go. There's a woman, and oh, okay. There we go. That's a scare. All right, I'm gonna get this key right here. Basically, it's just saying the year, which is 1980. There's like 3 different years that I had to go into. This is the first door, 1980. Gonna take this note right here, and then afterwards gonna take a few items along the way. So I'm gonna take this picture, balls, and also a trophy. I'm gonna put like some stuff onto shelf, a trophy onto the shelf, balls onto a tray, and then last one a picture frame on the wall. So right there we go. And also the whole optimization of like running this game is really tight. So it's a lot of stuff that it needs to be like on point in order to have a good time. But yeah, anyways, gonna take this painting. There you go. And then once that, I can just go here, move here like this. There you go. The breakers now, it exploded, and inside there's a little doll. And now I had to go and listen to the radio. And was that on the radio? Oh, oh! All right, let's get this lighter. This lighter is gonna be used for like most of the run because it's all darkness in this game, or mostly dark in this game. So yeah, let's use this lighter. There you go. Hopefully I can actually move back a little bit, so I have a little bit of movement. Basically, if you stay around here, you can't really get good movement at all. You will stay still, and that's it. But by backing up, it's actually easier for you to move. And with that, we're gonna go into the second place, or the second apartment. And yeah, do you have anything to say?
I hope that you've been having a good day today, Juo. Hope you've been doing well.
Yeah. My day has been like fine so far.
It is
Yeah.
kind of actually one thing. This game is kind of similar to Layers and Fear to an extent, where it's a lot of kind of optimal movements throughout the rooms and kind of causing the puzzles or the triggers of the game to happen faster by, you know, like looking in the right way, causing the jump scares to happen. So it's always neat to have that bit of tech that's kind of, I guess, underseen, so to speak.
Yeah, and also like the funny thing is that Starwind actually found out that like using the lighter at certain parts of the place would actually lose time. So most of the time I had to like put down my lighter so that it could save a little bit of time. So where am I going? This way. All right, cool. You see all these mannequins right there? Whoa, they're just staring at you. I'm gonna take this music book. This music book is very important. There's also handprints on the mirror. All right, these guys are just looking into the room. Whoa, what's that? We're gonna put the music book right there, and everyone's gone. But then you have happy birthday. Can I put it? There we go. To you. Happy birthday, happy birthday. Oh yeah, so this part is just talking about, I think, if I'm not mistaken, she turns 4, or Du Mei Xing actually turns 4. And this is her birthday wish. So she wants to be like her mom and actually be a singer. Because the mom is actually a singer, if I'm not mistaken, a retired singer. She actually married the guy because she wanted to live a happier life I'm not mistaken. It's been a long time since I remembered about the lore about this game. So, basically, the singer or the mom as a singer, she wanted to retire so that she could become she could be with this guy. And Du Fengyu is actually a script writer, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, both of them are really successful in their own both ways. In their own way, sorry. But because they had a child, they wanted to take care of her a lot more, and they tried to like quit from their jobs just to live a happier life. Try to take care of their daughter, and then bad things happened along the way. But we'll get to that like later on in the game. Anyways, this is a really long walk towards the next apartment. But basically, if you're trying to like play this game, you like look around the whole area, see these kind of like items and the environment as well. The environment in this game is like really good. I fully am immersed in this environment right here. So, yep. Look, that's me. That looks like me. I'm sorry.
Perfect. A spitting image.
It's just me just smiling on the wall. Alright. Alright, so on this area I'm supposed to put my lighter up because I have to take this key. You don't have to put your lighter down because if you put your lighter down you can't really open the how you say, open the mailbox. But yeah. Now we go to 1986 if I'm not mistaken, so
So Joe, do you see
Alright.
when you got the lighter, the run's really been firing up?
I don't know what that means, but sure.
Think about it.
No. Anyway,
what
look
do
at the
lighters do?
They light up.
With what?
Gasoline.
Right, but what does
I
it make?
guess. Explosion.
Well, you got
I'm
me
not
there.
getting what you're saying.
They make fire, Juo. They make
Okay,
fire.
fine. Fine. Alright. We're gonna wash our hands. Basically, we have to wash our hands to get
Make
into
sure
the
you
door.
use soap, or else your hands might end up like this guy's.
Yeah, true. Alright, let me use my lighter right now to actually go into this door. Basically, oh no, sorry. Basically, we're supposed to like use the lighter and open up the door. Oh, also at the same time, you also have to look at that sign. So if you look at that sign instead of interacting with that sign, it's actually faster. And it was found out by, I think, Starwind as well. So Starwind was the one who actually found out that if you look at the sign... Is it Starwind or Punchy? I don't remember. Either one of them actually found out that if you look at the sign, it'll be faster than like just interacting with the sign, so yeah. Anyways, picking up this file and a set of x-ray film. We're gonna go to this x-ray film right here. Do that. And then here comes puzzling. Excuse me? There you go. Now to do like a 180 turn. There you go. Alright, so at this part, it's actually just talking about Macing's how you say, panic attacks and stuff like that, because she's having a lot of chest pains. And then her dad is like, hey, I'm just gonna help you by calling up like a doctor. But instead, this doctor is actually like a con artist. So this doctor, her name is like Dr. Her. But it's like, push it, her. That's it. Basically, she's like a con artist where she's gonna con Du Fengyu and do some bad stuff to him and also to the daughter later on in the game. But we will get to it like later. Anyways, we are gonna go upstairs right now to the last apartment of chapter 1, because basically this is the whole part of chapter 1 is just an introduction of the whole family. So you got like the mom and the dad and the daughter. So yeah. Alright. So anything else you want to talk about? Because I know you also run this game as well, and you are very devoted into this game as well. Smile.
I am devoted to it. I do like this game quite a lot in a variety of ways. My only downside of this game, though, is there's a few games out there. I mentioned the problem earlier with Layers of Fear. Resident Evil 7 doesn't have this problem because they use an in-game timer. but Devotion actually does have some differences based on loading speed, especially in Chapter 2, which we'll be approaching in a moment. So if you do have a faster computer, you just end up saving more time because certain things will just happen faster, which is unfortunate, but that is the case. Also, Juho has done a few GDQ hotfix runs for us previously. He runs a lot of games that I like.
Ooh. Also, shout out to Starwin and Punchy. I really wanted both of them to be on the commentary couch, I guess, but I wanted to try to do this solo. So yeah.
No worries.
They're really good friends and also really good runners of this game. When I started running this game, I think Punchy had the record, and then I lowered the time down by like a minute because of Chapter 2's routing. But yeah, this is actually do amazing, and believe it or not, you're like watching a live kind of like footage of how you say, of the TV show. They actually make the whole set. This is not CGI. They made the whole set, everything from scratch. So yeah. Also, I need to like look at this thing. Okay, there you go. And then move my mouse up and down because at this part, it's like a trigger kind of thing. So I had to move my mouse up and down so that I could trigger this thing on the roof, which is coming up really soon. There you go. And there we go. We can see like this person on the roof. No, the ceiling. Sorry, ceiling on roof. Ceiling, and then yeah, she submerges you in some kind of liquid. But later on, you will find out that this liquid is kind of like, is it snake wine? Yeah, it's snake wine. So yeah, there you go. Now you wake up in a tub full of snake wine, and this is Chapter 2. Also, I do want to mention about this. I have the physical copy of the game, but you can get this game on... Hold on, I moved my mouse. You can get this game on their flagship website on redcandlegames.com. And I'm promoting this out there right now because it used to be unavailable to everyone.
Correct.
Until recently, because with the whole... Can I say this? GOG conflict?
What happened with this game was that it
Yeah.
ended up getting review bombed, so Red Candle Games themselves ended up pulling the game.
Yeah.
Until recently, they were able to kind of add it on their own site after some issues. But right now, you can get this game on Red Candle Games' site. It is pretty good. It's nice.
Alright, so we are going into 1985. I just remembered about this. So in Chapter 2, there are 3 rooms that you have to go into. So we are gonna go into like 1985 first. Basically, there are 3 rooms. Let me wait for this part to finish, because I had to press a button right here. Can I press the button? Thank you. Alright, so basically there are 3 rooms, 1980, 1985, and 1986. So I go to 1985 first because it's actually the faster one, where you have to get a tulip, if I'm not mistaken, it's like a tulip bookmark to actually place into a pot in 1980. And then afterwards, you get a fragment. I don't remember what's it called. It's like a disc fragment. So basically that disc fragment is gonna be, there's like 3 parts of a disc fragment, and you're gonna be using it for like a disc to put it on the main door later on that was shut earlier in the game. So it used to be going into 1980 first and then going into like all the other rooms just to actually get different kind of stuff and then go into like using the stuff for the fragments. But if you go to 1985, it's actually faster. So there's that. Anyways, yeah, this part is just talking about, in 1985, this part is just talking about, Dume Singh actually falling ill, and because she fell ill, if I'm not mistaken, the teachers didn't want her to go to an excursion, or is it the parents? I'm not too sure about it. I think it's the parents.
The parents, yeah.
The parents, yeah, okay. Oh, now I remember. Okay, the parents actually didn't want her to go to on an excursion because they wanted to take care of her, and also at the same time her contest is coming up really soon, so she needed the voice and the courage to actually I say not have these kind of like panic attacks, because she was having panic attacks in this game, in this like I say in this year. So basically, she had to stay at home, and that part right there is to kill the arowana by putting all her medication into the arowana tank. And you mentioned about this. Yeah, you mentioned about this a long time ago. Arowanas actually cost about $10,000 ish.
Yeah, like $10,000 US, I think.
Yeah.
They're really expensive fish, and an arowana dying is immensely bad luck as well.
Yeah. Oh god. I need to put this marble.
I can't believe you're playing marbles on stream.
Yes, I'm playing marbles on stream. Everyone exclamation mark play. Yeah, exclamation mark play. You can play marbles on stream, and also I can't do marbles at the moment. Oh, there we go. This part is actually a really like tight movement kind of thing. You have to do this thing fast in order to get a really good time.
You also need the boost.
Sucks. I need the boost. And everyone's getting deleted with the exclamation mark play. I'm sorry. Alright, we're gonna get this key and open up the can I open up the yeah, there we go. Suitcase for a storybook, and I'm gonna use the storybook on here right now. There you go. Now I'm gonna press my D button for like the entirety of this part. And I'm very sorry to the people who are gonna type exclamation mark play because I'm sorry. But anyways, we got a storybook. The storybook is actually the reverse of this game. Oh, by the way, let me try to open up this copy, this physical copy of the game real quick. And let me tell you guys, the physical copy of the game is amazing. Like, you have this thing, it looks like a cassette tape. It's cassette tape, oh my god. VHS tape, there you go. And we actually take out the book, because the book is like literally the same as the game itself. Wow, this part is actually really long. There you go. See, this book is actually the same book. Physical book right here is the same book as you get in the game itself. And I heard Ecdysis also has the physical copy of the game as well.
I do.
Yes. So I want to give a big shout out to Isofreeze for sending both me and Ecdysis a copy, physical copy of the game itself. So yeah. But yeah, like I said, this book is actually the reverse of the game itself, because spoilers alert. Basically the dad got sick, and then the daughter is just going out just to help the dad get well, and then eventually they got well, and then yeah, he got well, and then happily ever after. The game is the reverse of that. So basically, the dad's trying to take care of the daughter. The daughter, did she survive or did she not survive? I say the reverse of it. Reverse of the storybook. So yeah. You find out later on what happened during the whole story. But yeah, right now we're gonna do like platformer stuff. So I had to do this platformer thing right now. There's a bear. Also, I was notified that, oh wait, hold on. Let me actually throw this apple towards the other side of the waterfall. I was notified that the side of the characters, or the traditional Chinese characters, is actually like the same thing as like katakana, if I'm not katakana, kanji, where you have like those kind of hiragana words, so that you could actually it helps to pronounce. It's like pinging, but more traditional Chinese way of doing it. So it's a really cool fun fact about the whole characters on the side. Yeah. Also, we're gonna say goodbye to this bear. Bye bye. Bye bye.
He's sent to the shadow realm.
No, he gets sent to school.
Nope, the Shadow Realm.
School! School. Alright, here comes another platformer. Also, when you see the drawings of the, I shouldn't even show you guys the drawings of, the parts where, like, when Dume Singh had this imagination of, like, bringing the bear to the school, they actually had the, if I'm not mistaken, they have the anime, the whole drawing of it as well. Oh my god, there we go. Let me do this platformer real quick. Get this antler right here. Then bounce on this mushroom and then use the wooden, how you say, branches as antlers and then move forward. Alright. Ah. This part of the game, I just like to be very quiet about it because it's a really good place for storytelling. Like, the storytelling of this part is actually really good, and also at the same time, they have like little tidbits of like funniness because of the whole imagination of Dume Singh. Basically, they give like she gives glasses to the deers because they were fighting, and she was like, oh, they can't really see each other that well, so there's that. Glasses. Anyways, last one. Oh dear. I hate your puns. I mean,
Just a statement.
Fine. Alright, we get this owl and its child. So what do we do to help the birds? We're gonna feed them. We're gonna feed them stuff. What kind of stuff? Not an acorn. We're gonna use the acorn to cover up the hole and get that caterpillar because owls like insects, I guess. Let me get this caterpillar real quick. Look at that caterpillar, so cute. Look how cute it is. And then we're just trying to feed it to like owls, and then Mei Sing had a really good idea. Really good idea. What is the very good idea that Dume Singh has in order to protect the caterpillar or the bug? He gives them chocolate, imaginary chocolate, and we yeeted the bug out of existence again. So there's that. Now, here we go. So basically, right here is that this girl actually tries to go into the Tree of Life, and then the Tree of Life had like a water basin in there, and there's like no water. She has like this kind of like soil kind of thing. Inside there's a seed, and the dad's like, "Oh, don't worry, my child. I will be all right. I swear." And he's about to die, almost about to die, and then all of a sudden her tears go like it goes down, and then goes onto the soil right there, and then it all of a sudden grows into this tulip. So yeah.
枝叶开出花苞，花苞绽放成一朵美丽的郁金香。
It's a nice story.
原来
It's a very good story. I love it.
就是它最珍贵的东西。
Daughter is the most precious thing in the world or in the land, I guess.
病好了。
Then whoa,
为了感谢
the
丰饶
dad has been cured because she cried into a tulip. Tulip soil. It goes into a tulip. So yeah, dad actually gets well. They live happily ever after. The end. That's the whole story of the storybook. But like I said, in this game, it's the reverse of the storybook. So you get this little tulip right here. This is the reason why we changed the routing from 1980 to 1985. Basically, like I said, we had to take this tulip in order to go to 1985. 1980, sorry, 1980. There was a pot in 1980 where we had to put this tulip in this pot. And then afterwards it could open up the realm of 1985. So yeah, we're gonna go into 1980 right now. Last door later, we're gonna go into 1986. But 1980 is just talking about, if I'm not mistaken, her devotion into trying to become like her mom and wanting to become like a better singer and stuff like that. Yeah. All right, here we go. Look at the mahjong table. You guys play mahjong?
I learned how to play that other game recently. I think it's like Chicharoni or Chicharron, the dice game.
Roll. Huh, interesting.
It's like the 3 dice in a bowl, and then it's like gambling.
Alright. Alright, we're gonna look in this hole. Basically, you can look on the other side of the wall. Alright, we're gonna look at the other side of the wall, and I'm gonna spam my spacebar because I'm gonna knock on the wall just to alert my father. That person right there is actually, I think, Du Fengyu. Yeah, Du Fengyu. So yeah, Mei Xing is just banging on the wall, saying, "Yo, Dad! Look at me, Dad! I'm right here! Look at that hole!"
Imagine if you're trying to work hard to support your family, and then your young daughter decided to bang on the wall at supersonic speeds, causing a disturbance.
Dad, look! I'm here!
It's like the... You know the Van Halen song, Hot for Teacher?
No.
Well, if you don't, someone in the chat would probably know it. It's like the intro of Hot for Teacher, and then he's really mad that she's playing it.
Mm-hmm.
I think one person understands that reference. I hope more than one.
Alright. So this one is 716, if I'm not mistaken. Alright, so yeah. So there's a note right beside the lock. It says, like, look at my favorite picture. Behind the picture, there is a date. And the date is actually July 16th on that favorite picture. So, yeah. So you have to use that code. I think it's on... If I'm not mistaken, you have to take a picture in 1986 or 5. I don't remember. But because if you remember this code, it's a fixed code and you can actually just bypass the whole thing. That's why we go into 1985 first and then 1980. Because if we know about the code 1980, you can actually just do other stuff first and then go back to 1980 and put in the code. Instead of like using a camera and taking a photograph of like the picture and stuff like that. So yeah. So this part is just Mei Xing being a baby. Chad, are you baby? Am I baby? Ecdysis?
Might be.
Are you baby Ecdysis?
Nah.
But yeah, got the crawl right here. Sooner or later, we're gonna go onto this microphone. I'm gonna stand up. And then the dad is just gonna be like right around here. There you go.
在衣柜里面，我可以小声唱歌，可是没有人在听，所以我都乱唱。我觉得啊，在衣柜里，我唱得比在台上还好听。
Yeah. Funny enough, when I started picking up this game like about a year ago, I told myself that I wanted to take record for this game. I didn't want any... I mentioned about this. I didn't want any of the Western runners to actually have this record. So I took it upon myself to actually run this game a lot and actually optimizing this game to its potential. And yeah, we got this fragment right here. So this fragment is very important for later in the game. Other than that, we are gonna go into this room right here. There's a pot. We're gonna take this note and then we're gonna use the pot so that we can actually use this tulip and put it in the pot. That way, 1985 has this kind of realm. This realm will actually burst into like a tulip kind of realm. And yeah, but we also need to go into 1986 as well. So as you can see, like 1985. Let me actually... You can see this realm it has tulips now, but we had to do some stuff in 1986 first in order to go back into 1985, so yeah. But yeah, I really do love this game. Like, Red Candle Games is like one of my favorite indie developers and stuff like that. I love them for their games like Detention and Devotion. I know they are gonna make another game coming out really soon. Like it's like a platformer kind of game, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's my understanding. I know they released the trailer of it, but it's looking wildly different from the previous 2 games.
But yeah, so yeah, as an Asian runner, I wanted to like take the record, so I beat Punji's record of 109, and then I got a 109, and then Starwind actually came along and lowered down the time to 108, and then now the record is actually 108.52, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, all right. So we're gonna take this tiara. One more item that we had to take before actually leaving this room, but we had to go into this area right here to actually figure out what's happening into Mei Sing's anxiety and panic attacks, because over here she's getting like a lot of panic attacks at the moment, and I feel her because I also do have panic attacks as well. I have anxiety and panic attacks and stuff like that, so a lot of the arguments that's happening at the moment reflects and also relates to my life as well, because it talks about money, and that's the one thing that a lot of people would actually argue about, which is money. So the dad is spending a lot of money on items to help Mei Sing. Basically, like these kind of items, like it's kind of like a ritual items, and also like kind of ritual items. Is it ritual items? It's just kind of like items that you can actually get from like what are they called? I don't remember what they're called anymore, but it's kind of like a shrine kind of thing as well. You get items from for a shrine. So I think that also bought a shrine for that as well. But if anyone in the chat would know what I mean. Yeah. But yeah, they're just arguing about money for this part. Offerings. Yeah, there you go. Offerings. That's the word I was talking about, is offerings. Yeah. Right now, yeah, they're still arguing and stuff like that. Mei Sing is just trying to like fidget with marbles right now, just to actually calm herself down while doing math. You can see all the math numbers. What is 46 divided by 12? Whatever it is, 22. You can. What is 30 times 28? What is the circumference? What is pi r squared? Answer these math questions! And she fainted. She got a blackout. So because of that blackout, she fainted, and yeah. We should be done with this part. Basically, that dress right there is what Feng Yu was talking about, because the dress was worn by Li Feng, and he wanted to like rip off the dress because like the dress was kind of revealing, I guess. And he wanted to spend a lot more money on like offerings and stuff like that for his daughter. So there's that. Anyways, we're gonna go back to 1985 because 1985 has the Teal realm, and it has been opened. Like presto, it opened. All right, we're gonna go in here. Look at all these composition papers. Like bang. I want to ask you something, Ek. In America, do you ever write compositions before?
What do you mean compositions?
You know, like in Asia, we always write these kind of compositions, like stories, just to like, how you say it, like it's like in kind of like exams and stuff like that. You have to write. It's like paper writing and stuff. I don't know what it's called. Like essay. Yeah, there you go, essays.
Yeah,
yeah, we call them compositions in Asia.
I wasn't sure if you were meaning like physically, like 'cause I know there's a lot of Eastern cultures, a lot of the calligraphy and like the fancy writing. Closely to that's cursive, but no, yeah, I write plenty of essays always around. Really depends on the topic.
Nice. But yeah,
the longest essay I wrote was like 30 pages or something.
30 pages long.
Well, it's my
dang.
capstone for college.
Alright. We get to see the dead arowana again. Hello, dead arowana. Bye, dead arowana. We'll see you again later. We're gonna put a few items in this, I say, this is a jar, and we are gonna make snake wine out of these items. Yeah, in Asia we call it compositions because instead of using the word essay, I think in like primary school and secondary school, you guys call it like elementary and middle school, we actually use composition books. So, yeah. Right. We're gonna go back to 1986 because when we put all the stuff or all the clothing into the jar, it's a wine jar. We actually open up the realm of 1986. And because we open up the realm of 1986, we can actually go into it and actually take the last fragment of the whole disc. So yeah. Right. There's a long snake, by the way, and like I said, the point of like the wine is to actually make snake wine to do something with the snake wine. Did they ever talk about the snake wine in this chapter?
There's notes I believe that you can find, and this is kind of what they're talking about it with.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, but you would know a lot of the snake wine stuff in chapter 3 and 4, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah.
所以爸爸很信任何老师。妈妈说不要太相信那个，可是爸爸相信，所以我也相信。
So Joe, would you say that this run really has you slithering around the apartments?
Okay, that one I know.
You finally get one. Thank you, Joe.
Yes. Okay, there you go. This is the last fragment that we have to take before leaving this area. Alright, so we got all 3 fragments. We're gonna leave this area. We're gonna say goodbye to this room here. And also at the back, it says like, oh, 87, 88, 86, 87, 88. That's scoring, or like it just says like 86, 87, 88. It's just scoring. Basically, Mei Xing got like the second highest score instead of the highest score of the whole contest, and she got really sad about it. So there's that. Also, why is this door so far?
I don't know.
Is my game bugged? Hello?
It might be. What's going on?
My game's bugged.
Yeah, it's weird.
Excuse
What
me?
do you say?
I mean, oh no! Oh no, I'm going towards her! Alright. I'm gonna go through doors right here. This is a long, long cat and mouse chase, I guess, yeah. Hallway and also cat and mouse chase.
It was a good try on the bait, Joe. It was a very good try.
Whoops. Yeah. You get to run into like the hallways and stuff like that. Just to get away from your wife, actually. So if you turn back, it's actually your wife that's chasing after you. My wife. I can actually look back. There you go, that's your wife. Did I miss the door? No, I didn't miss the door. There you go. Yeah, I can show a little bit of the game instead of like actually running this game perfectly. So yeah, if you go towards her, you have to restart this whole part all over again. But yeah, let me actually look back again. Hello, wife. Bye bye, wife. Let's go here. Hello, wife. Wife. There you go. Look at her. She's cute. Alright. Here we go. Towards the elevator. We have to... Silent Hill 2 reference! Maria!
I thought you were about to say because of the wife.
Yeah. Yeah, now she's crawling. She's gonna crawl like pretty soon. Yeah, this one is just Silent Hill 2. That's it. My wife. At this part of the game, we find out that the wife wanted to divorce you because you did like a lot of bad things, like selling all the items in the game. In the household, sorry. He sold a lot of stuff to make money and then use that money for treatment. But the treatment backfired pretty soon. But yeah, she goes back into like the business, the whole music industry, and she goes back into like singing again because of the divorce. So yeah. Is there anything you want to say, because this is like a 2-minute cutscene or 3-minute?
Actually, I would.
Yeah.
So earlier we were talking about the bop bop bop, like how the Baba is the 88. I know this.
Yeah.
I think you know this as well. But Baba also refers to father, and it's also Father's Day, and that they use the 88 for a reason heavily about in the score, because it's about the family dynamic. So it's since you're playing as the father, you keep hearing Baba kind of around the game, and you keep seeing it. So it's neat for that.
Yes, my boy Agdices knows a little bit of Chinese.
Yeah, I like to be as well versed as I can around.
What's mom in Chinese then?
What's mom? I don't know.
Damn!
I learned the most important Japanese word for me to know.
What is it?
Strong zero.
Strong zero. Mom is mama. Dad is papa. So.
Well, I mean, I probably should have just went for the guess.
Yes, it's a very easy guess. But yeah, very good in your Chinese.
Well, actually, Joe, I have a question for you then. I guess in terms of culture-wise, it's funny because
Yeah.
today when planning the show, all the runners I picked aren't American because,
Yeah.
Having people travel for Thanksgiving, it's much easier to get people who don't have to do that. So since you're from Singapore, do you have any I guess cultural dinners that they can gather the family around, have dinner and all that? Because that is what Thanksgiving is about.
He's
a lot of people
usually
kind of talk about
doing
things, but it's mainly just kind of a get together with family.
It's usually during Chinese New Year, because Chinese New Year we actually get together, and like families and relatives, we all come together and just like have a festive season, because Chinese New Year is like the new year for Chinese people, or the
That's
Asian
around
culture.
February, right?
It's around January or February. It depends on like when the New Year starts. But yeah, there's also a cool thing where like in Chinese New Year, your age is actually up by 2, I think, or 1. So in Chinese age, I'm actually 25 or 24 around there, but I'm actually 23. So, yep.
Hey.
Neat fact. All right. But yeah, we do have that kind of like Thanksgiving kind of like thing, but it's mostly on Chinese New Year, so yeah.
Alright.
Yeah, right now we're gonna go back into our house. This is present day. If I'm not mistaken, yeah, it's present day. Now we go back to our house, our living, the layback area. It's just be like, yeah, I'm living the good life. I'm watching my daughter's singing. Mwah. Oh, daughter, please sing for me. Yes, thank you, daughter. I only know this one part of the song is Ta zan zai ma tou, and that's it. Basically, that part is ma tou means pier, but it also means horse head in Chinese. If you actually say ma tou. But yeah, we get to listen to our daughter singing. Ooh, serenade me.
I can't listen to the song forever though.
I know, because there's one thing that you guys haven't seen yet, and that is the one on the right, which is that. And she closed the door. Oh no. Alright. Hello, daughter. I would like to go into your room now and check on you because you shut the door in front of my face. Oh no. Oh no. Alright, so yeah, basically the mom divorced the dad, and then Mason is like, oh, where's mom? I don't know where's mom. Should have gone with mom instead. And then this part is just a scary part. Very scary part. Here comes a lot of anxiety. And a lot of panic attack situations. Anyone can relate to this? Yes, so this part of the essay, it's really like, how you say, really key, because in the essay it says, oh, I have 3 family members, one is my dad, one is my mom, and then me. But she erased the mom because the mom divorced the dad, so now she couldn't like live through the fact that her mom is actually like not with her anymore. And because it's like they divorced, and also with the smiling, it's like, well, it's that creepy. Now we get to see I think it's Mei Xing's eyes, if I'm not mistaken, and then you get to see like Feng Yu for a bit. And then on this note right here, this note says perfectly normal, like Mei Xing is perfectly normal, but refer to her to the psychiatric department or something like that. So basically they're telling her that they're telling the dad that she is having panic attacks, but she's actually very normal. But then the dad's like, no, she's not crazy, she's not lunatic. 不是神经病 in Chinese terms. Yeah, right now we actually start in chapter 3, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, chapter 3 is right here. Alright, now we get to see the shrine. Basically, we get introduced to Sigu Guanyin, and Guanyin is a very prominent thing in like Chinese culture because Guanyin is like a goddess. So there we go. But Sigu Guanyin is kind of like a fictional Guanyin, from what I've been told. Because I do know I'm in talks with like Isofreeze, and Isofreeze is actually from Taiwan. I asked him, hey, is there a Guanyin that's called Sigu Guanyin? And he said, no, there's no such Guanyin. It's a fictional Guanyin, so yeah. So right now, this is all kind of imagination at the moment. You gotta realize that this thing right now is kind of imagination. What is my time at the moment? I just need to remember.
Right now, looks like you're around 15.
50? Okay. So around 10 minutes-ish into the game, or 15 minutes-ish into the game, there's gonna be a content warning or gore warning. I do need to point out of that thing because there's gonna be gore in this game. Yeah. But anyways, I had to look at this candle before moving towards the door right here. Alright. So yeah, with that gore warning, it's all in the imagination, like I said, but there's stuff that I don't think a lot of people would actually like. I'll talk about it later on. Yeah, right now we are in this imagination of actually guiding ourselves to a place to help Mei Xing with her recovery from panic attacks and also anxiety. So yeah, this part is just talking about the snake wine as well later on in the game. But for spoilers, basically, here's the thing. Imagine putting your daughter in snake wine, submerging her for 7 days. Think about that. Is it smart to do that? Would you like to answer that question, Ecdysis?
Maybe.
So you think it's smart to actually submerge your daughter in snake wine?
Depends on your goal. I mean, are you trying to, are you trying to get your daughter drunk, or are you trying to kill her? Like, what's the plan here?
we are actually trying to, like make her healthier again and make her fit and not crazy.
Oh no, absolutely not. Then no.
Yeah.
No.
Oh yep. But yeah, like, getting into the story of this game, Feng Yu actually tried to make snake wine because this Dr. Her, actually asked Feng Yu to make this snake wine, and the snake wine gives like some kind of like power to actually get the daughter to actually get well from whatever bad, I don't know, bad juju, bad stuff in the body. So the thing is that if you submerge her in snake wine for 7 days, she would get better, but like, it's just a way to die. It's just a way to die in this game. In real life as well, so there's that. Also, you can see all these like people, these imaginary people, or like these spirits, souls walking through the earth. If I'm not mistaken, this is also like referred to as hell because like I think in Asian culture, if you die, you have a higher % chance of actually going to hell first because Asian culture. And then
the fair part about all this is just says ignore them. They deserve to be here. Just keep walking.
Yeah, they deserve to be here. Just go on. But yeah, you're like in hell kind of terms. But also you can see at the same time like, whoa, these people. Get all these people, they're just suffering. One is carrying a rock, the other one is getting crushed by a rock right here. Oh man, after that guy, man. Oh, salute, man. I'm just gonna salute you. Have fun with that rock. Alright. They put pineapple on pizza? Oh man, I like pineapple on pizza.
I can't eat either one of those things.
Yeah.
They put pineapple, they put ham. I think I'm slightly allergic to pineapple, and I don't eat ham. So
you're a good man then. I'm a bad man. I mean, I eat pineapple.
Well, that's why you're gonna be pushing rocks in the shadow.
I'm gonna be crushed by rocks. All right. Coming up right here, we're just gonna go into that that little silhouette of a hole right there. It's a tree of life. There you go. It's a tree of life. I like this part. This part of the dialogue is like one of my favorite dialogues in this game. It's like, 你看到吗? Shoot. Which means like, oh, do you see that? It's a tree. Shoot. I love this part of the dialogue. This part of the dialogue just makes it so good. Like, whoa, you look at that, it's a tree. It's like so obvious already. It's a tree. We're gonna go in like Junji Ito.
This hole is just made for me.
Look, this hole is made for me. It just goes in.
You know what the cool part is though? And this is kind of a weird thing with horror. Junji Ito is like one of the happiest guys ever, but all his media is like incredibly like scary, depressing, sad, and it's great. But on the other hand, like Miyazaki, you have the meme where like he's apparently like a really, really horribly like sad person, but all his artwork is beautiful and happy. So I don't know. I just think it's kind of funny that even with like all the horror stuff, like you have a guy like Junji Ito who's always smiling. It's like that was really scary.
I
made a whole
love
manga on like cats, and it's great.
I love Junji Ito's Uzumaki book. Uzumaki is cool. Yeah. I don't remember what the tree, the whole comic is called, or the whole manga is called. I need to remember about it. I need to read that manga sooner
Also,
or later.
as a quick heads up, after this hallway, the gore cutscene will be happening.
Oh yeah, the gore cutscene will come.
Just
yeah,
as a warning, once you're at the end of this hallway, there's going to be a audience of people. After that audience, we'll be hitting a part where there is some pretty severe self-harm in the game. So if you're sensitive to that topic, I recommend looking away for, how long would you say? Like maybe 3 minutes?
5.
About
5?
Yeah, about 5. If you know the game from, I guess, my own community, we have an emote for that. So
yeah, I really do want to say it. If you're in X community
there's a
or
devotion
X
emote.
community, yeah, there's a devotion emote. Pull out those devotion emotes. I want to see it. Yeah, basically you're just walking towards this hallway right here and just like talking to yourself like, oh man, Two-Face mofo right here, trying to kill his daughter, but like trying to save the daughter as well, but like it's just, you're living through the guilt and living through the pain of it. Come on, let's go. Keep up the pace, man. I wanna say this because I saw this on chat. Durian is a good fruit.
I'm not gonna try it again, but
durian.
When I tried it, it tastes like a gas leak in a good way, and I don't know how to describe that.
It's good. I swear to God, if you get the right durian, it's good. If you get like durians from Malaysia, it's actually really good. I'm just saying. I love durian. Alright, so here we go. These are all the daughters right there with all the masks. It's living through the guilt. It's like, no! Too many daughters, please! Please! Now I had to spam my spacebar for a bit because this thing is gonna like disappear all of a sudden. Here we go. There you go. All gone. Here is the gore part of the game. If you do not like gore, cover your eyes. Maybe shut the sound because there's gonna be sound for the gore. And it's gonna be really messed up. So here we go. First one is gonna be the eye to give her good sight and give her good sight. Give her clearness. Here we go. All the people who are sub to Ecdysis, please spam Ecdicey devotion. Come on, Ecdicey devotion right here, right now. Do it.
It's a good emo.
This is gonna be the eye part. There you go.
My favorite part about this whole thing is that it's not enough to have the character go through it. You have to do the actions.
You have to go through it yourself. Yes. Here we go.
Seeing a lot of the spoons in chat.
Yes, all the spoons. There you go. Let's take out the eye right now. There you go. Also, like I said, this is all in his imagination. This is not real.
But he does
Whatever
feel the
he's
pain.
doing, he feels the pain, yes, but this is all in his imagination.
Also, you know, there's a
Right?
very good chance that someone may have actually turned off the actual screen and the audio, and they're just looking at chat, and it's a bunch of spoons.
Just looking at chat as a spoon, it's like, what is he doing to spoon?
Why are they all spoons in chat?
Is the game spooning now? No, I'm just joking. All right,
I also
here it
learned
comes.
apparently I have an emote that's very much used only during devotion playthroughs.
Dude, it's a really good emote,
But it's
man.
everyone's devotion playthroughs. Like, I'll watch random streams
Yeah,
sometimes,
yeah.
someone pops in that has the emote, they post it.
And it just goes to the devotion stream. It's like, just do this. What do you do this? What's this?
It's a very specific mood.
All right, here comes an ice pick. Ice pick right here, right now. Sorry. Basically we're gonna. Give the tongue to Mei Xing to give her voice. Give her the sense of voice and yeah. May I restore my daughter's angelic voice. What did I do that for? Alright, here we go. Oh. Ladies, does your tongue ever become that long?
You know, there's something, what's the word? There's, I guess something off-putting that we're very light-hearted about a man ripping out his own tongue.
And what's that?
Well, no, we're laughing, having a great time. Meanwhile, the man on the screen is making
the man is just
ungodly
in pain.
noises, ripping out his own tongue, ripped out his own eye, and
you know, to
all
take
that.
away the gore and the pain and the suffering, you just have to laugh it out.
You know, I have 2 emotes based on this game so far. Because only my angry emote has the next one, and I need a tongue emote where he's just ripping out his tongue. I need to
Oh
get
wait,
that
your
quick.
angry emote. Oh yeah, your angry. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, my angry emote technically is the 3rd one.
I just realized that. Yeah. Spam Dicey angry right here. Do it. This is
Look,
literally
I like
the
this
place.
game. I like horror.
This
What
is
can I say?
literally the
It's
place for
Vagina.
Dicey angry. All right, here we go. Then we have like Dice is just like. Here we go. See, oh my god, the emote actually works.
I told you.
I'm sorry to the people who are watching this on YouTube. If they do not know what it means,
They don't
just
get
look
to
on.
see the emotes is someone stabbing with a bloody pair of scissors. That's what it is.
Just look on Twitch chat and it would be like, oh, it's just there. Oh
Yep.
my god, look at him just shaking.
Also,
here we
fun
go,
fact, so, all this is in his imagination, but all the pain he feels is 100% real.
Yep.
Like, he is definitely feeling all the pain quite a lot. That is the sacrifice of the mind.
Alright. So, at this point, I think Feng is just giving the blood because it's just fresh blood for, Mei Xing, and also give her rich nutrients, so that she could be well. But, in the end, look at her, she dies into snake wine, and then, yeah, bang in the head. Bang in the head again. Bang in the head. There you go. Alright. For those of you who are not into gore, you can turn on the screen now. Chat say it's okay. It's okay to come back to whoever doesn't like gore. Anyways, this is the final part of the yes, this is the final part of the game, which is like I think chapter 4. Yeah, chapter 4 is like this part. So basically you get a tape and also some notes. And here comes the scam. Here comes the scam. Like all those hype streams I get.
Aww.
Which are scams. Nah, joking. But yeah, basically over here, Dr. Her has other how you say clients as well, and these clients are also paying tons of money to Dr. Her and giving them like advices and stuff to actually do. But here's the thing, they all screw up at the end, and also there's it's really kind of like a scam and stuff like that. One of the scams is actually, if I'm not mistaken, one of the scams is actually this woman who wants this guy, but this guy has a wife, and this guy also wants to be with her instead. And then all of a sudden something happened, and then they got scammed. I think the wife found out or something like that. So it's all scam. They wanted the money back. Nope, don't get the money back. Yeah, this is the part where I was talking about. This is one of the scams. Like, here. So they were like reciting together with like how you say a chant, and then wanting the wife to divorce him and stuff like that. Yeah. So she says that she's recording all this stuff. You can see. Alright. So this is gonna be like the final part of the game, because the final part of the game is just walking towards the end. So yeah, after this part there's gonna be like a 10-minute unskippable cutscene. And I can't skip it or I can't pause it unless I Alt F4.
We can watch at least the first part of it.
The first part of it, there is like it's really good music. I wanna shout out to a few people actually in the devotion community. First of all, Isofreeze. Isofreeze is the one guy that I really had to thank a lot because he came into Detention, which is the other Red Candle games, really long time ago when I started running Detention as well. And he helped me a lot with Devotion as well, which like getting the physical copy of the game, like this thing, like right here. I can show off the physical copy of the game as well. Doing the second part of the unskippable cutscene. But yeah, big shout out to Isofreeze. Two guys I want to shout out, Punchy and Starwin, for like running this game and being such great friends and stuff like that. And also Nerd Squared as well. Nerd Squared also run this game. Igdices also run this game, and also the other runners as well. But yeah, Starwin and Punchy, good people. Anything else? Oh yeah. I wanna thank this band as well. This band is like really cool. I love the soundtrack, their music. No Party in Chaotong is really good. Later there's gonna be a song from No Party from Chaotong, is it? No Party from Chaotong.
Yeah, I think so.
And it's so good. Their music is so good as well. You should listen to the music. It's really good. Alright, here comes the final part of the game right here. So basically right now we are just gonna walk into this door and time is gonna come up really soon once I see texts. Which is coming up really soon. Here we go. Open up. Light! Oh, this is what happens when light mode. When you don't use dark mode. The light. Alright, time is gonna come out really soon once you see the text box at the bottom. And time.
Alright.
That is Devotion. Yeah.
Good
this
job.
part sorry, yeah, you said good job me. This part is
Good
really
job.
sad. Yes, this part is really sad. The daughter died. Dad's like still here, divorced, screwed up in the head, very sad. And then you hear one of my favorite Chinese songs in like any kind of music, even in game. Like I love it. No way! Someone said the band's drummer recently found dead in his hotel room. Oh my
That's
god.
awful.
Oh, that's awful, man.
I like this
I
band.
love this band as well. Like, dang. But
We
yeah,
won't be
here
watching
comes the
the
song.
ending,
Here comes the song. I'll be here.
We'll shut
my
up for a moment as we let the song play out. We're not going to talk over it like, you know, the man ripping out his own tongue.
Yep.
我好喜欢那个时候哦。
But we will say post dance emotes if you have them.
Oh yeah, dance emotes, yes.
算是个人生，你会不会还是坦率地笑着我的荒唐？无处混乱，又无处赦免我。
All right.
Final parts, final parts. Shh. It's coming, it's coming.
爸爸，我们回家吧。
Oh, that one hits really hard.
It's a sad game, but a
Sad
beautiful
one.
game.
Also, by the way, I did want to mention about this. Earlier part in the game, I mentioned about the storybook stuff. I don't even know if I could actually show it right now. I don't know how dark it is on my webcam because I can't really see my webcam at the moment. But basically, you can see like the art style of this game. Let me actually like turn on the lights, I guess. If you can actually see, I can't even show it. Whatever, there. If you can actually see it, it's really hard to see it. Can you even see it? Yeah.
I have a good idea if anyone does want to try that storybook, Joe, and this leads to a nice segue. I do want to say thank you for doing
go
the
to the segue. Yes.
No, if anyone does want to check out you, Mr. Jew Horse, where can they find you? And where can they see that storybook potentially?
Check me out on Jew Horse. That's JUHZURSE. You can see it on the Twitch chat. Yeah. But like I said, sorry, I'm very devoted into this book as well. I'm very mesmerized with this book. The book with the whole drawings. They actually show the whole drawings in this book. This wonderful book. And I love the whole like physical copy of the game as well. They also have like the whole tulip thing, the bookmark. Really good bookmark. You can see up on the back. That's amazing. Actually singing and stuff like that. It actually says the name as well, Do May Sing at the bottom.
Yeah.
Really good. I love this. I love the physical copy of the game. I still big thanks to Isofreeze. But yeah, there's a bunch of other stuff on the physical copy as well. I'm not gonna show all of it, but yeah, those are the two main things that is in the how you say, in the physical copy of the game. And also one more thing as well. This is the contest show. This is the game itself, so it's a thumb drive. That's it. It's still really good. I love it so much.
All right.
But yeah. Yeah, anything you want to say, Ek?
No, I think we're about all good. I want to thank you again for doing the run, Joe, and I want to thank you all, chat, for being here during today's episode of Speedruns from the Crypt. I think that about wraps it up for the show, so I hope you're all having a great night. I hope you all had a great night. It's nice to look at the theme of family in different horror games and in different things in general. So I do hope that you all enjoyed this special episode of Speedruns from the Crypt. We'll be back in about 2 weeks. We do the bi-weekly Halloween hotfix, or I guess horror hotfix I should say, and we're here every 2 weeks. I have been your host, Icdisis. I run the show here. I talk a lot about it in my own areas, like my stream and my Twitter. You can find those at twitch.tv/Icdisis and Twitter, and then it's just Icdisis_Twitch, because someone took the name Icdisis. So I do hope that you enjoyed it. We'll be back in 2 weeks. So not next Wednesday, but the following Wednesday. And it should be a fun time for that. I do want to thank you all again for joining us, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of the week. And if you're celebrating it, have a great holiday coming up. And just great holidays in general coming up. As well, tomorrow we have a Thanksgiving special of How to Train a Speedrunner starting at 7 p.m. Eastern. And we'll be returning with the first sprint next week. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of the night, and stay spooky. Have a great night, everyone.